And we're back. Last time, the party was given a choice. South or north? To go commune with something mysterious, or to go take care of potential Amican spies. The day's journeys would have been equal, and choosing one or the other would have essentially locked off together. However, through some lengthy consideration and debate, the party eventually decided to send the companions down south with Leandros, while they went north to scale a harsh mountain. I, their benevolent god, wanted to laugh at them for forgetting pittance, but then Buzz laughed back right in my face. As their
Benevolent, he says.
I'll turn fucking malevolent. As a reward for their successful climb, they were granted an audience with the Great Serpent, the World Mother. And through a short conversation and a bit of... what's the fucking word I'm looking for? A bit of exposition. That's the word I was looking for. Brain.
Do you want to try saying that again?
No. The party decided between the choice of knowledge or gifts, and chose gifts, and were each granted various boons. Afterwards, rather than having to scale down the mountain, they were teleported down, and thankfully are no longer freezing fucking cold. But as the party sets up camp for the night, we cut away to the front lines.
Oh shit.
And to a different campsite. 4 soldiers sit huddled around a campfire as their comrades go about their nightly duties. So, my intrepid Urian troops, what are you chucklefucks talking about around this campfire?
I'm sick of all the fucking marching. March over here, march over there.
I'm sick of the rations.
It would be nice if my armor wasn't pinching me in places I didn't know I had places.
Maybe you should have gotten it fitted better.
Oh yes, let me just go to the nearest smithy and get this fitted. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
great
what
idea.
Before we left.
Guys! I'm sick of all your fucking complaining. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm sick of all your nagging.
This is a great way to spend a break. Why did I sit here?
Maybe you shouldn't complain, I wouldn't nag.
Maybe you shouldn't nag, I wouldn't complain.
You'd complain whether or not I was nagging you.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that
god,
you-
somebody get me booze. You told us to talk, motherfucker!
I was trying to hold it in, but that was... that was not what I expected. That's not what you know what?
Welcome to D&D,
I
but
fucking
instead
love
it's... Welcome to D&D...
to...
Welcome to D&D, but instead it's whose line it is it anyway.
As
You didn't
all-
say who we were.
as you all espouse your various complaints, both at one another and towards your circumstances, stars above glimmer. completely separated from the shit that you have all found yourselves in. Being on the front lines is not an easy duty. But, well, at least you have each other to bitch at. A captain approaches and looks at you all for once you have quieted down. Oi, fool.
Eyes which is
What's
Yes,
up?
sir. Oh, sorry.
I heard Zeph say something, but it like cut out.
Zephy, are you there?
I think Zeph died.
Where are the casualty? Get a medic!
Medic! Zeph, are you alright?
I don't think my Discord alerts me right now.
Okay.
What was it that you said?
I think my computer froze for a few seconds. What the fuck is happening?
A captain came over and was like, "You fool."
Hi, Captain.
Get yourselves ready. Say about 10 minutes, you'll be taking over the next watch.
Just break.
Finish up your grub. Make sure that the dipshits over in the towers haven't fallen asleep yet.
Hi,
Yes,
Captain.
Aye, sir.
Keep your eyes open. Know how the Amicans like to snoop around. With that, he leaves you to continue your bitching.
Pick on the fucking watchtowers as if we're not nodding off ourselves.
Didn't we just start a break?
I don't know.
This is going to be a time.
So, for argument's sake, I am going to real quick post just the basic stat block of an Urian soldier.
It's just the guard template.
Oh my god, it's in VC chat. The best place for it. We're armed with spears!
This is just the guard template. I recognize this.
That's not the guard. There's like an actual like soldier template down. I was like, all right, I'll be able to.
That's fucking suck.
So, do me a solid and roll me perception.
We do. We are half a CR together. Of course I got fucking soup in my eye.
How did you get soup in your eye?
I fucking tried to eat faster.
Should have eaten earlier.
Very lovely. Very lovely.
Yeah, I definitely have soup in my eye.
You definitely have soup in your eye.
While Spy is
Jimothy.
while Jimothy is more concerned with getting soup in his eye, the rest of you feel something off. Despite sitting around the warm campfire, it's almost as if a chill has washed over you. And the rest of you three, ignoring Jimothy's bitching and moaning about his new affliction. -1 to your hit points, by the way, bitch.
Jesus Christ, that's some strong soup.
It's boiling hot soup in your fucking eye. Fuck you.
Well, it's cooled down at this point.
Uh,
He's the last of the four of them to eat, obviously.
you three all turn your attention to the tree line. It's odd. As you stare into the inky darkness, barely illuminated by the multiple campfires of a large military camp, it's almost as if a shape melts out of that inky black. Stepping forwards, calmly, passively, a hooded head held high. And then as soon as it notices that you three have spotted it, this humanoid figure, cloaked in dark fabric, stops just barely at the edge of the campfire light.
What are you three fucking staring?
Oh, just a...
Oh shit.
The figure doesn't move, doesn't reach for anything, doesn't make any hostile action. It just stares at you.
Alright, if nobody's going to do anything then, I'll do it. I'll get up and pick up my spear and casually walk ever so slightly closer, but not out of campfire light. You there! What do you want?
So would you say you'd get like about halfway away from, about like 20 feet away from the campfire?
I'd say 10.
10? 10. You get closer, and you notice that underneath the hooded cloak, you can't see the upper portion of this figure's face. Just the lower jaw. And what you can barely make out are multiple tattoos. A bunch of markings and insignias that you don't really recognize. And the figure just doesn't respond.
I'll turn back to the group and just sort of like do a half shrug. What are you all doing? Just going to sit there? You've got an intruder!
Yeah, I'll stand up. Grab my spear as well.
Yep, I'll stand up as well. Wait, dickhead!
So, are you all coming to stand by your companion?
Yes.
I'm going to stay a little bit farther back in case one of us needs to sound the alarm.
I'll go up as well then.
Well, seeing as you're not saying anything, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Lest things turn a little bit more violent.
What if they're with Annika and we just let them know where our camp is?
That's a good boy.
I don't think we can let them leave.
Where are your eyes located right now? You're talking to one another. Are you just kind of like off
like-
to the side and keeping your eyes on him, or are
Yeah,
you...
we're leaning towards each other probably, but keeping our eyes firmly on them.
I am being a bit more nonchalant, and when I talk to my compatriot, I actually turn away. I talk
one
to
with an
Jimothy, and I turn. As I talk to Jimothy, I turn away. Thank you.
You can see as you offer that threat, the placid, pursed lips curl upwards into a smirk.
I think he's gonna leave.
I have a bad feeling about that.
Any of you got the cuffs? They wouldn't be called cuffs, would they? What are they called?
Manacles.
Manacles. Any of you got the manacles?
Oh,
Shit. Here we are. Got mine.
Do we hear this?
The marching.
Yeah.
Is it
It's
coming
getting
from the
louder.
inky blackness?
Almost as soon as you start looking at manacles, something else pierces the darkness. First, one set of spheres, then another, then another, then another, then another.
Oh shit.
As the marching of heavy armor feet begins to echo, filling the entire camp and breaking conversation. You notice woods all around you. You are surrounded by white lines.
Hell.
Who is the one currently looking at the hood thing?
No, I am at least.
I
well,
believe
no, I was
that-
looking for my manacles, so.
I believe it would be.
I would have turned away to scream ambush to try and raise any sort of alarm.
Yeah, I probably would have been keeping an eye still.
Of the two of you, Jimothy and Sean fuck them too. Which one would you
Timothy.
say? Which one would you say is standing closer?
I probably would have started looking for my manacles while walking closer to the guy.
As soon as you look up, you notice a few things. And while I describe this, I'm going to need you to make me a wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw. What's
As you notice that the tattoos are not tattoos.
Oh no.
If anything, they are like scar-like etchings carved into this man's flesh. And as you step closer, you notice this smile has turned notice now that you're closer, curling horns coming up over the hood.
Uh-oh.
As from in the dark, his own eyes ignite in a flame like that you have never seen. And a symbol etches itself across his forehead. A symbol you do not recognize. And as you stare into it, the rest of your comrades watch as your entire head bursts aflame.
Oh, fuck!
Searing the flesh from bone.
Vint Buzz and stuff. Maybe you should name him Philip.
Should have named him Red Shirt.
I went with Jimothy because we were just shooting shit before you guys joined. So I'm dead.
Then, at the edge of the
Those
campfire,
tears.
the marching boots halt. As beaked figures clad in heavy black armor look at you with dead, emotionless white eyes. Every Urian soldier on the front lines have heard the stories. Of Amica's most dangerous foes. And once more, that eerie chill flows around you as your friend's once lifeless body rises back to its feet.
Ah, fuck.
Valor, what are you
Yeah?
doing this morning?
Cold cut.
Probably cooking.
So it's the morning now?
Get a little meal ready.
The sun is high,
Okay.
campfire is blazing, and now that you are no longer on the mountaintop, it's nice to be fucking warm.
I misheard campfire as vampire, so it sounded
Yeah.
like vampires blazing.
You're just roasting Tsalia over the campfire.
Jesus.
Slow roast all night.
Aw.
We talked about rocks while Tsalia dies, but I guess cannibalism Tsalia dies.
Just fucking D&D fantasy style triggering.
How are you all spending this fine morning after your communion with the World Mother?
I think to a certain extent, Azure's doing his usual of tuning his instrument, playing some bits and pieces of things. At the same time, I think he's staring at his. In between, I think he's staring at the gloves, thinking on what he saw and some other things. Just thinking about not how he feels per se, just mulling it over. I think is the best. Things over is probably the best way to encapsulate all that.
fabric of these new gloves is soft to the touch. You've seen a lot of different magic items, and probably held a few in a couple random travelers' carts here or there. These feel like nothing else. Ben, how are you spending your morning?
Vint is being quiet, just staring forward with the sun to his back, just lost in thought. That's it for me.
And Tsalia.
Well, apparently I'm in the fire pit.
Tsalia's roasting on an open fire.
In the middle of summer.
Christmas in July! God, it's gonna take a little bit to get back in character. Excuse me. I know what I mean. I would be reading through my spell book. The golden one. Just investigating the fact that all my spells are now in a new spell book and just reading over everything. Making sure everything's in place. And looking for anything new.
Alright.
I think as well.
Can
Wow.
you say again? You were a little quiet.
I was saying, I think as well, just as a little aside, Valor is not only cooking, but also probably a little more. It's an easy meal. He's kind of more absent-mindedly cooking. He's a little more focused on, as everyone else with, well, most everyone else, new fancy things, specifically his new sword.
Even in daylight, it still looks as though it had been plucked from the night sky. But new toys aside, there is still more that you guys have to do. Namely, getting the fuck home. So, what is your plan for the day? I believe last session we subtracted 10 rations for 10 days of travel.
Mm-hmm. We have 6 left. 1, 2.
I'll probably spend the day hunting while we travel.
Alright.
Because I'm assuming that's what we're going to do, is travel.
Yeah, we definitely need to hunt because we can't even make it to Careshire with our rations.
Yeah. I think that's what I'll do, is I'll hunt. Because even if I'm not super successful, I could at least extend our amount of time by hunting each day. I want to go to Fayborough.
Why are we going to Fayborough?
Or not.
Well, like, I'm just trying to fucking calculate. Can we make it to anywhere with our current rations? We can make it to Faber with our current rations. We can't make it to Careshire.
If I hunt, if I keep hunting each day, we should be fine.
You do also have your friends at the 14th Legion along the way.
We'd only
Quite
need
nice.
one extra. We'd only need one extra day to get to Careshire.
Yeah. We'd be hungry, so we'd probably pick up a point of exhaustion to get to Careshire without hunting.
Well, Valor, you did say you were going to hunt. So, on this first wonderful day, give me a survival.
Can you survive, Valor?
I don't know. Finding that out.
I use Druidcraft to predict the weather.
Is that something I believe that's something Druidcraft can do. Yeah. Is there a specific time frame for that?
24 hours.
Well, the weather is going to continue to be sunny, warm, with a slight breeze.
I at least got us one ration for today.
But did you really?
Alright. Yep. You're not able to find much, but you are able to find some berries, some nuts, and, a couple wild veggies that you know are safe to eat. It's enough to help provide for the day. Alright. And you all have moved yourselves.
Man, somebody should cut down all these trees. Makes traveling hard.
Just double check a thing. And it's uneventful. So, as Tsalia predicted, the weather holds up into the next day. And though there are a few scattered clouds in the sky, it is still warm and comfy. Especially compared to the mountaintop.
Can I try hunting again?
You shall hunt again.
It's a lot easier to hunt for 4 than it is for 6. Even so.
It gave me the 18. It's like, alright, cool. No more.
Whether it be because your proximity to the trail or to the Legion's camp, it seems that animals are a bit sparse in your immediate vicinity. But you are, once more, still able to find some nuts, some berries, some fruits to help once more keep hunger at bay. And again, the day is uneventful.
So we got a ration from that, yeah? No?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just not fucking changing my rations then.
Yeah, you have stayed at 6. Okay. Day 3.
We'll get on the road.
How many times am I allowed to try this? How many times am I allowed to try hunting?
It's a once per day thing.
Okay. Can I try one more time?
Yep.
24.
Ooh.
Hey, you were talking about an 18?
Okay.
Roll 20 heard you talking shit.
Yeah, because I was right.
Roll me 1d4 plus 1.
Oh
See, this
shit,
is
we're
where-
gaining rations.
See, this is where it's gonna fuck me over. Never mind.
Uh-huh. It's hearing you talk shit, and it is not listening. Alright, so we should be at 10 rations because we lose 1 today, but we gain 4. We gain 5, rather.
Today is a much more successful day. You manage to find some trails and track down a rather large buck.
Ooh.
With
And
this amount of rations? It's more like a bear.
and you are able to make a successful hunt,
Yay.
bringing back a hearty amount of fresh venison.
Yay.
All right. You will bump your rations up to 10. And all right.
Maybe we make him it all the way home now.
We'll basically run out of rations, what, the day before we walk into town?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only takes 7 days.
Okay.
So we can make it down on these rations.
Why don't we do that then?
All right.
No more hunting, just fast forward.
Unless we
throw,
run it-
throw one more hunt in the middle of it, for fuck it.
I mean, I'll make another hunt roll.
So, Bran, roll 7 times on the encounter list and tell us how far we get to block.
That's what I'm doing. Gonna wait for Zeph to do his final hunt roll.
This last hunt roll happens sometime in the middle of this 7-day journey, not like the immediate next day.
Okay.
But I will still roll it.
For some reason, Valor kills a cow.
Oh, we can kill cows, but not chickens.
Another 24.
Roll another 4 on your D4 plus 1.
Then we'll never forget the chicken episode. It is etched
Yep.
into his soul.
3 more rations.
I have a whole rant about it written up.
So only lose 4 rations. We're right back to where we started!
We get back to Dawnbreak. 6 rations.
Why did I bother editing anything?
Yeah, same.
So fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. Oh, yeah, alright, wonderful. And around the 4th day,
1, 2, 3, 4. We're stopped by chickens.
oh my god.
We're between
Alright,
chickens and velocity.
let's see. Coffee. Roll
Yeah.
me a D100.
Oh no.
If it has something to do with the bird, it has to be a chicken.
37.
37. Let's see.
Cernith.
A cloud explodes. What?
Rocks fall in the distance. A traveler dies. It is not us.
Tsalia feels a disturbance in the force.
Right. You actually come across just a simple log cabin. It's not in amazing repair, but it's actually, for what it's worth and where it is, it's decent shelter.
So, look, we're talking towards the end of the day. Might as well camp here.
It probably would be around midday.
Okay,
in
so
that
we're not
sort of
camping
range.
Okay, I know how this goes. If there's an old lady inside, don't drink the tea.
What?
instead of an old lady, it's actually an old man sitting out on a rocking chair.
Okay, so you can drink the tea.
He's reading a book, has an incredibly long beard, and his clothes are about as shabby as his home.
Do you have a hat?
He does.
Mm. Sounding familiar, but I don't think you're going that way.
Old Man Henderson?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I do.
Is he wearing a Hawaiian shirt?
I think it would be a lot more trouble if it was Old Man Henderson.
Nah, it's fucking TK from Borderlands.
No.
God. I don't remember that.
I love TK. Anyways, so we're new.
Anybody want to do anything?
I just want to get home.
Sorry, I was listening to the byplay while I was talking into a burrito.
I feel like Valor would probably wave and say hello as they're passing, but not necessarily like make an attempt to stop, you know?
Alright. As you all are walking past, you know, his attention is grabbed by you. Your call of hello. And for a moment you see a bit of a scowl, but then he notices that you guys are just moving on, and you can tell he settles down a bit and just goes back to his book.
Cool.
For Lore, you would actually know this kind of person. It's it's one of those solitary like hermit guys. They don't really like
A hermit? You must ask him for his wisdom.
No.
It's one of those grumpy old men that just doesn't like to be bothered.
Mm-hmm.
If he's a hermit, he practices hermeticism.
Right. And aside from that little encounter, uneventful as it might have been, the rest of the travel back to Dawnbreak is peaceful. And I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly, you do arrive, again, around noon.
Yes.
We get ambushed by fucking bandits again, like 10 miles outside of the wall. Fucking dumbasses. I was about to bitch about the low poly map, but then it fixed itself before I could.
Back inside city walls.
Sweet, sweet bed, come to Papa.
Fucking get home. Fucking gotta leave. For a whole ass month, pretty much.
Because it took 10 days to get there and 10 days to get back.
Yeah.
So what, it's fucking July now? It was June, it's now July?
Yes. It is July 19th.
Jesus Christ.
Sparky.
Yes.
What was gonna happen with that fucking festival that never happened?
Oh, no, it happened. It was just, Vint had the murder accusation on him. So,
That's fair.
I need to... There we go.
What'd you just do?
A new NPC has been added to the map.
Why is there a person next to my child?
He told you that he was, you know, the head of the university, did he not?
Oh, wait, is that the skeleton?
That is the skeleton.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
Tsalia slowly draws her sword.
You aren't there!
So
Dumb
far away.
slut!
But they can feel a disturbance.
They
In
can
the
feel
bones!
They didn't feel a disturbance before.
Well, let's figure out if anyone we know is dead. I'm just gonna let Valor talk to his children.
Valor recognizes they're passing his son's shop inside. He's only gonna be in there for 5 minutes. He's basically saying hello and then he's copying back out.
I know how
Tina.
this goes. I've been with my parents before. It's going to be more than 5 minutes.
It has been a little bit, so I just need to double check names.
Morgan, Lily, and Arlo?
Yep, that's what I... Literally, as soon as you said that, I had it. Yep. Morgan sees you as you enter, and he smiles wide. He's got Arlo sitting, you know, on the counter next to him. Just kind of like against his arm as he's going through paperwork. Hello. How
Good
are
day.
you?
I was tired, but none worse for wear. How are you doing?
Oh, you know, just keeping up with the paperwork. Lily's back in the storage area, just making sure everything is sorted.
Valor,
Arlo here, spending time.
Valor will walk and give Arlo a little kiss on his forehead.
The child will giggle.
I,
Delighted.
I can't stop in for long. I have to be headed out now, but we were passing by. I thought I'd stop in and say hello.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. Before you go,
Hmm?
he picks up Arlo, gives, like, you know, little finger, like a 1 second, and then he heads into a back room. And then he comes out with a pie. Fresh baked
Oh.
this morning. We got a couple others, so this one's for you.
Thank you. It smells lovely.
Pecan.
Ooh. Your guys' pecan pies were always something special.
Now you're just spoiling me.
You're my kid, shouldn't I soil you?
Soil?
Don't soil me!
I was taking a bite of ramen as I said that. Spoil it.
Well, I shouldn't keep you for too long. I hope everything goes all right. I hope to see you again soon.
See you soon. Love you, Morgan.
Love
I
you,
look at
Papa.
Arlo. I give him a hug and then another kiss on Arlo's forehead, and I head out with a pie.
You can see that, like, Morgan, like, you know, takes Arlo's hand, does a little, you know how, like, the parents will do, like, the little baby wave, right?
Yep.
Does that.
Valor waves back as he exits. And goes to catch up.
Azure, you see Valor come out with a pie.
Hi!
But then it's left. It is gone. No pie for you.
No!
Valor catches up and is like, guys, I got the pie. Oh.
Meanwhile, Vint is just fucking dead inside.
Why is Vint dead inside? What did I miss?
A lot of things.
He's not dead inside. He's just oddly quiet for Vint. Low poly.
It will. My soul has just tried to escape my body.
That unpleasant feeling. There we go.
Oz.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Oh, I scrolled up and saw a spoiler.
Hope everything went well.
For the most part, yes.
Well, is in the meeting room discussing, well, a lot of the stuff they discovered. So if you're willing to join them, I'm sure they won't be opposed.
Of course. Do you mind grabbing us some plates?
Oh, of course.
Viatra? Hello? Fidget? Hello?
Fidget flies over and is on Vint's shoulder.
Yeah. I can't move them both.
Fidget
Hello,
will
you
fly
four.
over. You can see the team that you have sent out down south are all having a very serious discussion. And upon your entry, they all look up with varying levels of, happy, with obviously a mix of, business, seriousness.
And Valor, seeing this, gives a smile, holds up the pie, and goes, "Who wants pecan pie?"
Me! Right here! Well, that would certainly sweeten the mood.
I stopped in to say hi to one of my kids on the way back here, and he handed me a pie. So, might as well eat it.
Almost as soon as you say that, too, you smell fresh baked cookies. As Oz and Squee both enter. Oz with the plates, and Squee with a tray of cookies.
Oh,
Look 'em home, you guys!
Yeah, Squee.
Please.
thank you,
Both-
Squee.
Both Squee and Oz just kind of look around and make sure that they put both the assorted treats and plateware in areas that won't be in the way of everyone. And then Oz gives a nod, and the two walk out.
Valor does take time to cut the pie into pieces so everyone can take a piece.
Welcome home, you guys.
With the way everyone's positioned, everyone must sit. Somebody must sit next to somebody.
But I want to sit alone!
Sucks to suck, you can't be edgy, now can you?
I push Vint out of the chair and take it for myself.
I will resist.
Fane will actually scoot over and give the head of the table to Valor.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course.
Alright.
You all are essentially the leaders of our guild, aren't you?
This is fair.
Then I will actually sit over here.
I can sit on the other side. Whee!
There. Everyone is positioned.
Nobody is scooching any further. This is where we are now.
These are the set locations. You know what? Maybe I should just put fucking flags down. It's like, this is this person's chair. This is this person's chair. This is this person's chair.
Yep, Valor and I get the heads of the table, because Vint has effectively claimed the other head.
Well, before we share our discoveries, how did your journey go?
We talked to a giant snake.
Mother of all gods, that kind of thing.
It was
Excellent.
about it.
At first, there is kind of like a blank stare, and then there is like further confusion, and then there is surprise as like each of them just react to each statement in turn.
The location we sought out was a communion site for the world serpent, Rexelba. Open every 3 months. And by her words, only activated by those who are the children of her children. In other words, the God Chosen.
I'm not entirely sure how that works, considering I knew my mother, and my father was a vampire.
I think... Well,
I think it's kind of
Ixalba...
adoption status.
Kind of. Ixalba is the one who created the gods. I believe. And so since she chose them, they are effectively her children. And they then in turn chose us. So children of her children.
Well, that certainly is not what I expected you all to say when you came home.
Does Ren know we're God Chosen? Did we ever tell him?
No, everyone in the guild, I think, except
Except for our
Viatra
newest
know?
member.
I don't think Viatra knows, but everyone, I'm pretty sure, knows that you all are God Chosen.
Okay. I can't remember.
Let's just make sure only Viatra never knows we're God Chosen until the end of the campaign.
Just entirely out of the loop.
Wow.
I couldn't remember if we had told Ren or not, because I knew the other three and I knew the other three in the room and Squee knew. I couldn't remember if Ren knew.
Well, what did you expect to hear from us? That we fought an ancient evil gods?
Well, maybe not a god, but an ancient evil, perhaps. Or maybe just talking to your gods. Something.
Unfortunately,
To go to shit.
unfortunately, there was no lich, and the gods were not available.
We did get some pretty sweet boons out of our trip, though.
Well, at least you all had a wonderful journey.
I used Druidcraft to snuff every candle and torch in the room.
That
All
was
of
unnecessary.
everything snuffs. Valor blinks a couple of times and looks where he knows Tsalia was sitting and goes, You can turn those back on, right? You can light those again, right? That is the thing you can do?
I wiped them all. Just turning the room black.
Squee and Viatra just see it go dark, and then go light again from the entryway.
I'm really just sad that I don't have thaumaturgy and just can't slam all the windows.
Oh no.
Can't you pick that one up later?
No, it's a religion only.
Well,
But you can pick up Prestidigitation if you don't already have it.
Yes.
our journey with Leandros was interesting, to say the least. He split the pay with us, so we have returned with. Just check. I need to double check. I believe it is what I think it is, but I don't know.
I just remembered one of my tiefling players from one of my old games used thaumaturgy to empty a tavern by scaring the fuck out of them.
We have come back with 500 gold.
Oh.
Damn. Good shit.
Not one of them survived. Andros is a terrifying force. A scary piece of shit. Awesome badass.
I like
Yes.
Ren's better.
I will agree.
I suppose those are all correct in some manner.
Yeah, that's why Fane just went yes.
Valor will chuckle and say, "He is somewhat of an enigma. I will give you that. After knowing him for 15 years, he's still hard to read most of the time."
He left most of the investigation up to us. Said he only really came there for the fight.
That sounds like him.
What did you find out?
And you can see all of your companions kind of like exchange some glances. Well, that's what we were discussing. Been reviewing things for the past couple days, just trying to. Well, Ren. First things first. You're not going to like this.
When do we ever like anything?
True enough.
Besides Valor, can you... Well, actually, Ash is also pretty positive. Can you really say me a Vint of positive people?
Well, you're positively endearing in your depression.
Ha!
But regardless, we have orders signed by the Grand General.
Like, orders for the guild to follow?
Orders for the spies.
Ah,
From the Grand General?
So one of the Council of the Seven is a spy.
Ren will pull out a scroll and he will offer it up to whoever wants to take a look at it.
Valor will take it.
He's closest.
Do you want me to just send you it and you can read it out? Because it's not like a letter, it's just a list of the information on it. So do you just want me to describe what is on it?
Send it to me and let me read it first.
As much as I would have liked to kind of get into that cool thing, there's a lot I need to do, so I just wanted to keep it simple, keep information easy to track.
Valor opens his mouth, closes it, opens it, closes it. Ah. And then looks up at the rest of the group. I'm putting my needles on the floor. Give me a second. Looks to the rest of the group. And starts to read aloud. Orders signed by Grand General Ernst Vreerden. Plans for an ambush, setting a date for August 1st, during a planned festival and military parade. The Queen is not to be harmed. Commander Felwyn and Karai are to be distracted. During the event, Leandros and his men would be away from the council. 2 groups. During the planned march off multiple vessels, army forces will surround Leandros' group and cut them off from reinforcements. Meanwhile, a large force will take the palace. One section acting as a wall to again prevent reinforcements, while the primary force storms the castle. There, Archmage Skyseer and Minister Finray and Commander Schultz will be eliminated. With most forces dedicated to the front lines, city defenses will be reliant on the Silver Dawn, so the Queen should be used as leverage over Commander Felwyn. Potential destruction of the Silver Dawn Guild should not be disregarded. If there is any significant resistance from the populace, martial law will be enacted until order can be maintained. If everything goes to plan, the war may finally end. That's
That's a coup.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's not all.
Oh no.
Pass me the
else?
letter.
What's the rest of it? Valor will say as he passes the letter to Vint.
Oh.
Well, we have something with an I stamp on it. You all might want to see.
Alright, have it here.
She hands it over to Lord.
Unless someone else in the group wants to see it first.
I'm gonna check. I'll ask. Is this a copy of the document or the original?
Which one are you talking about?
The first one.
Original.
All right. Then I'm going to check. I don't have any fucking thing to compare it to, so I can't really check if it's forged or not. But I'm gonna try and memorize it so that I can check and later fucking. So that I can check later if I can get some actual handwriting from that man.
All right.
Does Tsalia or Coffee want to take the next piece, or is it okay if I take it?
You're closest.
Alright.
Technically, you're closest to Nafia.
Oh, that's Nafia? I thought it was still Ren.
No, this is
No.
Nafia that asked. That's why I'm asking, does anyone else want to take
I'll
it?
take it then.
Alright.
I'm closest.
Let me send it to you.
Oh.
Seems, they're keeping an eye on us.
I read that as American defector.
America! America! Fuck yeah! Raising the dead to fight our enemies!
Yeah, my Google Doc. Every time I type MK, it tries to.
You okay over there?
Sorry. So Sparky did send what Tsalia is reading to me first because we didn't originally have who was taking it. I'm like 3/4 of the way through what he sent me and just saw something at the very end of one of these bullet points.
They.
Huh.
This is. It's a list of us.
Hmm?
It's. Somebody has been spying on us.
Great.
They don't have everybody, but names listed include Fane, Vint, myself, Azure, Ren, Chief, and Leandros.
So Winston, Nafia, Viatra, Squee, and myself are not on that list?
Why the fuck are you not on this list?
I don't know.
A fucking walking disco ball. Somehow stealthiest.
Maybe I don't look all that important in their eyes?
You are one of the most dangerous members on this team. Either way, these are... It's Batman making a list for the fucking Justice League.
Aw, man, I'm not invited with the Justice League, damn it.
It's listing our weaknesses and how to exploit them best.
Great.
It's...
Bless you.
It's... kind of mortifying, if I'm to be honest. Who would want to harm me?
Tsalia
Ren?
slowly looks up from the page.
I thought we had hashed things out.
Yes,
You know
Ren.
those dark thoughts you get every once in a while that you don't tell anybody about?
Intrusive thoughts, yeah.
Fine, fine. Well, further, there are some partially burnt dossiers. If you... most of the information is slightly difficult, but I'm certain you can get some names.
Let me see.
They have Ren pegged completely incorrectly.
What?
Secondary healer, equal priority target, apparent difficulty forming bonds,
Ah!
potential easy pickings, and then a side note, apparently bait for Azure.
Huh?
Their words, not mine.
No, just run that statement by me one more time. I want to understand it better. I'm not sure if I read.
I will pass the note to him.
He will
We
get-
very much take it.
I would appreciate not having to discuss that. Thank you.
No need to stop. Not planning to discuss it. Just trying to figure out what the fuck.
Ren, are you having difficulty forming bonds?
Shh.
Hey, Coffee, what spells does Ren have?
Oh man, let me count the ways. Let me pull up the sheet real quick.
I'm still I'm still stuck on the fact that I'm not on that list of.
Yeah, can we get
Wow.
these in like party notes or something?
Do you want all of them in?
Yeah.
I just copy pasted it, so
Oh, you got okay.
bam.
Apparently, I'm incredibly unremarkable.
The giant disco ball of doom is unremarkable.
Apparently. Valor does look over the papers. Wait. Sparky.
Yes.
Sparky, does this mean I'm on a different list?
That would be my thought.
Because Sparky literally in quotes just sent me, while not a dire threat, they may need to be weakened substantially in case they become a problem. Do they consider me a bigger threat? Am I on a different list?
You don't know. Why are you asking me?
I'd like to say all of this is out of character.
So hey, well, anyways, about Ren's spell.
Yep. Sorry, I'm pulling that up.
Oh my god, I
Sorry.
finally learned Tsalia's last name.
Heck. Sorry, I'm also having to multitask a little bit on a couple things, so it's taking
wait,
us.
no.
I was having to wait for that to load. His spells. Sorry, go ahead.
I just remembered that you actually sent me his Oh wait, no, that's not the one that you sent me.
I'm pretty sure I sent you the new one.
I think I just the wrong one.
I can resend it. It's no worry. I should still have the printed version saved.
Yeah, regardless.
He has a lot of spells because, Druid and all that jazz. But in terms of what he has prepared, because this is exactly why I selected everything. First level, Detect Magic, Entangle, Goodberry, Healing Word, Ice Knife. Those are all prepared. Always prepared is Guiding Bolts. Guidance, Gust, Mending, Shillelagh for cantrips. 2nd level, Healing Spirit, Lesser Restoration, Pass Without Trace. 3rd level, Aura of Vitality, and Revivify, although I feel like I'm missing out on Call for not having Call Lightning. And then, obviously, use Cure Wounds and Spare the Dying Thaumaturgy.
Alright. Hey, Vint, make me a strength save. As a bunch of vines sprout around you.
We're seeing enough insight to know where this is going.
You are tangled up and restrained as the vines just kind of wrap over your mouth. Vince, I appreciate you, but please, shut up.
There is another clue in this. Thank you, Vince.
Fucking said some stuff.
There is another hint amongst this group of papers.
That being.
How many of you here knew my last name?
I don't think I knew it. And by I mean both myself out of character and Azure.
I
That's
don't believe you ever told us.
exactly. Whoever knew my last name obviously has to have direct access to the identification magic nexus thing.
That's not good.
So, while it would be reasonable to assume that all of the 7 might have access to such a thing, those who could easily access it are most suspect.
Oh, there was also a bunch of this shit. As Winston just kind of clacks down a bunch of fragments of a radiant crystal.
Oh,
Detect
Right.
magic?
You don't even really need to detect magic. Almost as soon as he drops the fragments down, all 4 of you feel just a slight bit more nauseous.
Valor puts a closed fist over his mouth and kind of turns away from it. There's a slight retching noise, but other than that, nothing really happens.
I am actively trying to escape the vines.
Give me a strength save.
Oh boy, we're dealing with more demon crystals.
Coffee, does
No.
that...
No.
Huh? What? Yeah, no, not even. No. He is, what, you wanna, yeah, that is definitely not even bang on. That is 3 off, my guy, on that DC.
Yep.
Anyways,
Have fun with that.
and then, Fane nods to you, Valor,
Mm-hmm.
and flicks a coin your way.
I grab it.
It is a regiment insignia.
Oh. What rank?
It is a captain. And it is identifying the regiment as the one under the Grand General's direct control.
Oh. You've got to be kidding me.
Wait, who's the Grand General again? Where is that located?
Council of 7.
Yes, but what? Where?
Party notes.
How far?
Oh, it's a decent bit. Like, you gotta go past a lot of magic items.
Is it pinned? No.
I'll find it and pin it for you.
Do I have pin power?
It's
I
paid.
found it.
Well, can we take 2 minutes to pause? I need to use the restroom like right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Body
alright.
break.
Cool.
Welcome back.
Back from bio break. Everyone is rested and ready to discuss.
Did you just call it a bile break?
Bio break.
Okay.
Alright. So I've been wanting to ask this for a while now. What is our collective opinion on Uriah? What do we think of him? How sus do we think Uriah is?
The god chosen of. Is Mother Thalia?
It is Mother Thalia. I
Okay.
don't find him sus because he's still a god chosen. Also because Karai is not against him.
Okay, but we don't know if just because somebody goes against their god chosen, they don't necessarily lose all their power.
That it's... I remember at some point Ninetta mentioning it to me as in conversation as I was asking, way younger when I had first become a god chosen. It is possible for them to take away the blessing. It is possible for them to say, you do not fit my ideals anymore, and you have done something I do not agree with, so you are not my god chosen anymore.
Yeah, it's really like adoption. He's just disowned.
Yes, effectively. So if...
I have a question for the GM. Considering that Thalia is a god, does that make me familiar with that creature?
What do you mean?
Can I use sending to talk to Thalia?
No.
Damn you.
Yeah, like maybe if she was a part of that big meeting, but no.
I'm gonna go start gossiping with full Vince God.
Like, you could technically cast sending on my god, yes, but there's a 5% chance that she just won't answer because
Yes.
sending might fail. And even then, she might just fucking give you the silent treatment.
Well, I think with Uriah, our biggest indicator would be the fact that he is still a god chosen.
Oh, by the way, Vid, you have been freed from the vines.
Because of the time limit?
No, it's a concentration spell.
Oh, okay.
Alright. But how much do we know of Mother Thalia? Besides
I'm pretty sure she's severely against the undead.
She would be. She is also Ninetta's sister.
but does Ninetta talk with her a lot?
Yes, she does.
I mean, technically, they're all siblings.
Not in the vague adoption sense, I guess, but to my knowledge, Thalia and Ninetta are actually siblings.
Wait, so Ninetta is dating her brother?
No?
Because he was the one that went from mortal to godhood.
But they're all siblings in the adopted sense.
I don't think it works like that.
Alright.
Rocks fall, Tsalia dies.
There it is.
Alright, so I'm personally still a bit sus of Uriah, but he does have alibi.
I think for the moment, if we're going to be sus about, like, if we still are thinking Uriah is sus, he is the last person on said sus list.
We'll put him next to Economic Hit. And Karai will be below even then, because I don't think Karai would have anything to do with this.
he would not.
So, that leaves us with the head of the army, which is the one that is possibly being framed. There's the navy. There's the head of the guard. There's the Weaver's Guild person, and there's the Archmage. Now I'm going to just throw my hat in the ring here. Just say the representative for the Weaver's Guild. They're a divination wizard. That immediately makes them incredibly sus.
I think we can. Sorry.
If you do divination, you're gonna be really good at doing spy shit.
Mm-hmm. I think we can cross the Archmage off the list entirely because he worked with Leandros to set up the attack on the spies.
Okay, but
Yeah.
my half joking Leandro saving his tail aside, the Archmage could have been trying to save his own tail.
Good point. Leandros caught on to shit, so the Archmage was just like, yeah, let's fucking get... might as well. Just throw these fuckers under the bus. Yep. Archmage is back on the list.
What do we know about the Lehman Schultz and Valerie Winray?
Lehman Schultz, I would hesitate to be the one who is...
We've met Lehman Schultz. He's the hard ass.
He is the hard ass who arrested Goon.
I don't think it's Lehman Schultz.
Yeah, because if they want to fucking have all my enemies after my bitch ass, he's not gonna arrest Goon.
Listen, he
He
seems
would have
like
taken the opportunity to execute me while he had it.
He seems a very anti-corruption sort. I think he takes his job as head of the guard very seriously, to a probably unhealthy degree.
The letter of the law over the spirit.
Let's put him slightly above Uriah. Okay, what we know about the Navy bitch.
Nothing really.
Fair enough.
Wait, his name is just Valor's, but with an EY at the end.
Vint, seeing
Me.
as you've lived here your entire fucking life, debatably, you can roll me a history check about the Admiral.
Is that just a weird way to spell Valerie?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's my history? It's just a +2. I know something.
You would know that she's definitely one of the younger members of the council. She rose to fame very quickly throughout the war and has made a name for herself as a fearsome tactician. There are mixed rumors, some stating that she is, one with the god of the sea and is, the saint of the ocean, all that shit. And then there's others that state that she is cold and calculating and very willing to sacrifice, ships and entire crews as long as it will garner her a victory. You are uncertain which of these are really true. It's just hushed rumors around the taverns, from sailors talking about this or that. You do know that she has put a lot of stock into her reputation at the very least.
Okay.
And she will do... She will participate in many different festivals and parades, kind of putting forth this image of a woman of the people.
Ooh. That last line.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. You took a lot of fairly long pauses that made me think you were done.
I was
All
trying
right.
to catch my breath.
Fair enough. Very sus.
Yeah,
The
a woman
fact
of the
that-
people. That line really did it in for me.
The fact that she rose to prominence during the war is very sus.
And she would probably have access to pretty much the same amount of stuff that the Grand General would.
Yeah. I think if we're going to be at all investigating any of this in any sort of capacity, but who knows, maybe we'll be barred from this, you should probably go talk to the Admiral. And we should also probably keep an eye on the Weavers Guild and the Archmage. Those are the three biggest suspects.
Besides the general himself.
Yes.
Because there is a possibility that is not forged.
There entirely is. But it's very good to have a backup plan.
Yes.
When things go to because the plan okay.
But-
There is a saying that I've heard before, and it's a very good saying. A plan never survives contact with the enemy.
Yep. Very fun.
So, very good to have backup plans.
I think we should loop Leandros into this.
It might also be an idea to maybe inform Uriah.
We need. I need some writing from the Grand General to at least try and see if this is forged or not.
I don't know if it's a good idea to necessarily loop either of them in. Not because they're sus, but because it could... Any sort of change in attitude could tip off the guilty party.
And who do we tell?
That's a good question.
Because we can't not say anything.
Let's go
Yep.
talk to the Queen!
No.
That's not
that's the
possible.
solution.
It's like skipping the fucking the jury to go all the way to the judge.
My thought for maybe bringing... I can understand bringing Leandros in. Leandros will have some possible way. He's the one who sent this out in the first place. He should probably get involved, or at least know what was found. While he doesn't necessarily like to cover investigations himself, he certainly, and I know this for a fact, does not like being kept out of the loop.
How
My
much
reason...
is- Sorry.
My reasoning for Uriah is because out of everyone in the Council of Seven, Uriah is in the closest position to the Queen. And at the moment, he is currently not one of our high suspects, especially because he is still the godchosen of Mother Thasia. Plus, we need to tell him about what happened at the communion site anyway, since he's the one who sent us there. So no matter what, we're having a meeting with Uriah anyway.
Okay, but I do want to reiterate the possibility of if people start changing their behavior because they suspect somebody, one of their own comrades, it could cause the rat to go deeper into hiding and be even harder to suss out.
Then are
How-
you saying...
How much do we trust Uriah to not,
I feel like of either of them, if anyone's going to explode, it'd be Leandros. Uriah
Yep.
wears a mask. He's going to be able to hide it a little easier.
all I'm saying is, if we tell him, do we think Uriah's suddenly going to start hugging the Queen a lot more? That's what I think we should consider.
I think... I have a thought.
Hmm?
What if I talk to Karai first?
Oh yeah.
I can
You-
set it up as... And I'm not saying I tell him a lot, but I can set it up as me and Karai having a data effectively hang out, go have a lunch date.
He did offer a tour of the Platinum Dawn, by the way.
Silver done.
Silver?
Silver.
Where did I read Platinum?
Personally, I'm for telling Uriah. I'm a bit against telling Leandros, because Leandros feels a bit too strict, I would say, to the chain of command.
Sparky, what I know of Leandros, how correct is that?
Incredibly incorrect.
You have
Fair
pegged him
enough.
severely wrong.
Fair enough.
He very much will snub the chain of command, and you have seen him bend a lot of rules to protect those under his command.
Hi. I think I'm alive because he snubbed chain of command.
You are absolutely alive because he snubbed chain of command.
Wow.
You are 100, like 110% alive because he snubbed chain of command.
But he doesn't like you.
I don't think Uriah or Leandros would jump the gun on this. I know for an absolute fact that Leandros has snubbed chain of command multiple times. He's done it for me. He did it for Vint. Vint's alive because he did.
Yeah.
All right.
But we can start with Uriah, if that makes it better.
I think it makes sense to tell both of them.
At the same time.
Might as well, right?
Well, we are possibly being watched.
I was gonna say, not only are we being watched, but the two of them decided they do not like each other.
If we suddenly just decide to call in Leandros and Uriah, just together, all of a sudden for no reason, that's pretty suspicious.
What if we make the meeting with Uriah first, and I give the request through Karai? That way we are not openly asking for him, and he can be a little more discreet in getting here.
That is a good idea. We also need to figure out how to loop in Leandros.
I can pester the bugger for lunch. I've known him for 15 years. I pester him for lunch all the time.
Then we have a plan.
Great. Alright, so I'm thinking, I'll bug Karai within the next day or so. And then, after our meeting with Uriah, we'll wait a few days. And then loop Leandros in.
That sounds good.
Right.
Well, this is assuming that Leandros actually doesn't already know, as I look to the others. Did you happen to tell Leandros any of this?
Well, like I said, he didn't really have much interest in it.
So I'm assuming... Sorry.
We just kept it to ourselves while we figured things out.
So I'm assuming he
Wanted to
got...
wait for you.
Sorry. I thought you were
No,
done. My bad.
That was it. That was literally it. He just wanted. They wanted to wait for you.
So basically, you guys fought. He said, "Cool fight, bros. Do what you want," and then walked back to Dawnbreak.
Well, I
Basically.
suppose... Well, that's one way to put it.
That's what I thought. Leandros, why?
He did treat us to a generous meal when we got back.
That's nice. That's nice of him.
I'm sure he'll continue to heap on praise about Winston whenever you meet him.
What did Winston do?
I
Winston,
was
what
a
did you-
badass, as per the usual.
Ego doesn't look good on you, Winston.
Oh.
Azure's just doing a slow clap, just this like little quiet golf clap in the background.
So I do want to emphasize when he went badass, he punched his palm, and then when he went as per the usual, he flexed.
Oh.
I
God.
I
Yeah.
rank
Yeah,
all
my
laws of
statement stance.
I break all laws of physics and I throw Winston through the window.
Sadly, we need 3 more levels before you can cast telekinesis.
Oh my god.
I should have become telekinetic.
You would have just shoved him out of his chair.
Hey, it's better than that. I suddenly possess fucking I forgot her name. Cal
Viatra?
lady. Yes, Viatra to appear and shove Winston out of his chair.
Oh. I might as well meet with Karai.
And in the meantime, what will we be doing?
I'd say do a little more. I'd say it might be a good idea to do a little more digging on those we find a little bit suspicious.
Ren clears his throat, raises his hand.
Go, Ren.
Well, we did just receive 500 gold for our hard work.
That you did?
If I may, while, of course, we all are very much dedicated to the cause of the guild and making sure our coffers are full, could we please, for the love of gods, fix up some of these rooms? I am tired of getting dust in my fur!
I'm game for the library.
Library it is!
I would like
2
to
votes
not
for
be
the
in a
library,
sneezing
it's
fit.
unanimous.
I
Fuck
also
all of
say
you.
library.
3 votes for the library, apparently.
Well,
So, while Valor is making out with Karai,
Hey,
visit Chief.
Ren.
Please, I know the situation is dire, but it's stress relief.
Ren, I will stitch your mouth shut.
Noted.
Do you think the Archmage visits the college?
he visits every magical place maybe once a month, just to make sure everything's running properly.
Well, Vint, you know somebody at the college.
I'll ask her what she knows.
So, we're taking the entirety of the 500 gold and putting it towards the library, because that's how much the library costs.
Mhm.
Alright. I'll take that to Chief then, I guess. Or maybe Oz on my way out. Probably Oz. He'll probably feel snuffed if I don't ask him to do it.
In the meantime, what do me and Azure do?
That's a good question. When are we thinking, when are we thinking of having that meeting with Uriah? Is that going to happen today?
Maybe
Or
tomorrow.
we think maybe tomorrow? Well, you can.
I still want to investigate the Weavers Guild.
I'd say do that. That sounds like a good idea. No, I'd say I'd do that. Blah, blah, blah. Sounds like a good
Coffee, do
idea.
you want to go with anybody or possibly go investigate something else on your own?
Sorry, run that by me one more time. My brain caught it, decided to just heat it at maximum velocity outbound, and it disappeared into the ether.
Yeah.
So we're. Sorry. You go.
Okay. I asked you if you wanted to go with somebody to help in their investigation, or if you wanted to go possibly investigate somebody else on your own. I'm going to the Weavers Guild. Vince going to the college. Valor is going to go kiss Karai and get a meeting with Uriah.
I hate this.
I would say probably go at least north side. That way, I don't know.
Because Valor and Vint would both be on the south side, and if something goes wrong, you'd be within running distance.
Of
The Weaver's Guild.
but maybe I can third with now.
You.
Yes, third wheel! Best plan!
Look, it'd be funny. Just all of a sudden, oh man, look, all of a sudden there's something calling me into this other room. You guys don't get up to anything naughty while I'm gone.
Or, alternatively, you could just be, the fucking crab from Little Mermaid.
I swear to fuck.
Just kiss the dragon.
Kiss the elf.
Just kiss the elf.
Valor.
What?
When you meet with Garai, make sure you get ask for a council of the 7 signatures if you can, as many as you can get.
Alright,
We need the generals at the very least.
I can do that. Would be easy
The more,
enough.
the more handwriting I have to compare it all to, the better.
I mean, it'd be canonically accurate. I mean, he's a bard, so.
Okay, here's the plan. Valor will go set up a meeting by talking with Karai. Azure, you're going to go spy on Valor and Karai. You tell us the gossip.
Sorry, go ahead.
There is another thing he could do. He could. Is there maybe a way that Azure could find information on the Grand Admiral, maybe? Or the,
I feel like we should go talk to the Grand Admiral as a group, because I feel like that could have disastrous consequences.
That's fair. We should probably do it after both meetings, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd say, just as a little bit of a security thing, Azure could probably go with Tsalia. And both of you go to the Weaver's Guild.
I'm okay with that.
But where's?
I mean, Valor and Vint are literally across the street from each other.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you're ruining my fun of stealthing in and stuff and things.
To be fair, I do have sending, and I can become basically immortal.
It's fine. I'll go with you to the Weaver's Guild. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right.
Do we want to do this today or tomorrow? What time is it?
It's
Well-
2.
Yeah, we're gonna go on our fucking meeting. We're gonna go investigate now, and hopefully have a meeting starting tomorrow.
Batman logo away. Take us to the map.
And break.
Okay, so y'all fucking tell Oz, give the money to Oz, blah, 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 all that good shit. Here's the map. Have fun.
And we split off various directions. I go the quick way.
Zephy has gone for a bio break, so
Start with the rest of us.
yep, just give me a second because I am setting some stuff up.
This is the Weaver's Guild, right?
I'm just trying to make sure that I have
Why?
map stuff correct, Mundo, for when y'all get back and whatnot.
Mhm.
That's not the layer I wanted.
Azure.
Huh? What? Give me.
You're supposed to be following me.
I know. I'm having to deal with some things. Give me a second.
The Weaver's Guild. Just 80
I
feet
can't
away.
see things away. Ah.
Okay, yeah. Let's just take a quick pause, because again, I want to make sure that I have everything set up correctly, and I don't want to fuck things up.
Very nice.
We are also waiting on Zeph, so let's just make sure. I think. Oh, hello. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
What the fuck?
What in the fuck?
Something is weird, and I do not like it. Oh.
Oh?
I recognize what it was.
What's it doing?
Put shit on the wrong layer. Alright, I think... Yes, everything is correct. Good, perfect. If it wasn't, I would have cried.
I can't do that fast. What the hell?
My token's been moved.
Yes. You're welcome.
Thank
I still have power.
you.
Oh my god, you still have power. This is a problem.
What is problematic?
The map dimensions are a little bit fucked.
Would you accidentally fucking stretch it a little?
No, it's just... The map itself is just... fucked.
What's wrong with it?
Wait a minute.
Um...
Yeah, the flags are fucking all wonk.
What flags? What's going on?
Like the snapping coins flag is halfway up through another.
Oh, no, it wasn't that. I was talking about the, the guild hall map. The
Mm.
guild hall map was acting up and was being fucking weird.
Our guild hall.
Yes.
Let me go through my notes, see if I did I fucking write down Platinum Dawn myself? Like a dumbass?
Alright, let's fix this. I am fixing things. I apologize. I just want to make things not broken.
Go for it.
Before?
There is just a lot of walk. And I want there to be less walk. You know?
Wonk.
There we go. Wonk has been fixed. So, let's focus on... Alright, so, alright. Valor is going to visit Karai. Vint is going... No, wait, the money was given to Oz, so Oz is taking care of the upgrade. So, you guys doing that. So, alright. Let's go to the fucking overworld map. There we go. Okay. Everything has been fixed. Everything is not fucking borked shit. Let's start with... Because you guys are fucking pulsing, I'm going to start with Tsalia.
We had a ping fight.
We did have a ping fight.
Wow.
Actually, yeah. Real quick, Tsalia, you know, probably we'll say like around like here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do me a favor? Just make me a wisdom save.
Why?
Uh-oh.
You're being scryed on.
What about Azure?
Huh?
No, just Tsalia.
Okay.
22.
Alright.
That would definitely succeed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was scry. If it's
Stop
only the one target.
scrying on me.
Lamau.
Alright, so moving on to the
I got my scry on you.
okay. The Weaver's Guild, actually the Artisans Guild, is a fairly intricate and impressive construction. If we were going to go in modern terms, it almost looks like a planetarium, with vast structures dedicated towards what you can very much tell is to watching the stars.
Telescope.
Oh, definitely. You can see
Boy!
like, there are many like very fine and intricate telescopes.
Oh boy, they're astrologists!
Come at me, Virgo.
When you approach the front door, it is very large and ornate. It is it is more like an art museum than it is anything near like Chief's Guild Hall.
This is not
And-
what I expected to see for a guild.
It almost you can't tell if it's glass or just very well polished crystal, but the door is extremely ornate with gold inlays of constellations. The door handles, the knockers, or whatever you want to call them, the one on the left is the sun, the one on the right is the moon.
Whoever made this door had entirely too much money and time on their hands.
You would remember that the Weaver's Guild is funded directly by the royalty.
My point exactly.
Exactly. So, you had the very fancy doors. What are you gonna do? Fucking steal it?
They're not me.
Yes, I open a pocket dimension to steal the doors.
Sure. 5 stars.
I get.
Oh shit.
A fucking tank spawns behind you.
I thought that was 6 stars!
No, it only goes up to 5 stars, bitch.
That's
It
only
goes up
in
to 6 and
5.
4.
Oh, okay.
It goes up to 6 in most games, I believe, except for 5.
Okay. I was thinking of 5, so
Anyway,
I was right.
I knock on the door, unless Azure has another idea.
Oh.
Knock on the door.
It sounds like the echo from your knock resounds a lot more than you would normally expect. And there is a pause as it swings open and a robed wizard stands before you.
What
Their
kind of
eyes
robe is he?
are- It's about as intricate as what you saw the head emissary wearing. Very deep purples with gold accents. You know, typically in the shape of the sun or stars, as you might expect. Their hood is up, and in place of their eyes, they have a cloth binding over it with a golden eye replacing it.
So do you people actually do magic, or do you just spend the royalties' money?
What a great way to make a first impression.
The door shuts on you.
Yeah, I was about to say, Azure's just face palms.
I will knock again.
There is a lengthy pause. And then, after a moment, it's the head emissary that opens the door.
Hey, I cracked the code!
Shut! Shut! Shut!
It worked perfectly. Everything has gone as planned.
I deeply apologize for my acolyte's behavior. Please, enter.
I apologize
right?
for my colleagues' lack of diplomacy.
It's
Clenched teeth.
It's quite all right. As acolytes of the Weaver's Guild, we must show greater patience.
Ooh, that stealth burn though.
They need patience because the future they see takes so long.
Oh, shut! You are not helping!
That was not a character.
Oh, okay, fair.
Enter.
I will enter.
I will enter as well, because at this point, holy shit, I might have to run this.
The doors shut behind you, and in place of torches, many glowing crystals actually illuminate the internal of the Weaver's Guild. Once more, a lot of the coloration is very deep, and despite the light, it still gives a feeling of darkness. Not a foreboding darkness, but more kind of like a fortune teller's tent. The acolyte kind of stews in a corner, while another acolyte in similar garb tries to calm their nerves. And Emissary Sarsight pays them no mind as she leads you through the entry hall. You come to discuss important matters, yes?
So wanna be snarky. Despite my crass nature at the door, my question holds some weight. I'm here concerning the types of magic you perform.
The most common magic that our acolytes learn is divination.
Real quick. This is the owl, right?
Yes, this is the owl.
Okay.
Here, let me fucking.
I already put it in VC chat.
Okay, I was just gonna put the token down on the chat, or on the map.
That's what they look like. There we go.
Yep, she is a rather tall owlin, slender, you know.
I have a picture of them in my head. Perfect. Yes, well, divination is... It can be a... How could I say? Varied school of magic.
Indeed.
What exactly is your focus, shall we say?
As the name implies, our guild is in charge of weaving fate to predict certain futures and hopefully steer the course in the right direction. Some mistake this as a form of omniscience. Unfortunately, we are not all-powerful or all-seeing, and many of our predictions never come to pass through some manner or event. Though that is in large part some of our intent.
So, you say, go ahead. Go ahead.
There are many fables about how fate is inescapable. I suppose you can consider us denying or defying that rule.
Of course. Would any of your acolytes focus on any sort of different field of magic, perhaps? Because, well, I have some divination, however, most of it is not future thing, but more so sort of a second sight. Being able to see that which is not usually seen.
As I stated, many of our acolytes, when they are first learning, learn much of the bare basics of the divination school. So, I suppose, yes, that would be an accurate assessment.
I need to figure out a way to ask for their class that makes sense in lore.
She continues leading you down the halls, and you can, like, under your foot is a very soft carpet, very expensive, and it muffles your footsteps. You can't even hear anything as anyone walks past. It's just the sound of her quiet voice and your conversation. In fact, even as some acolytes you pass are in the hall speaking to one another, you can't even really hear them.
That's a concerning silence.
Seems to me that you're not only versed in divination, but also a fair amount of illusion based on the structure of your guild hall.
She thinks for a moment. While it is not our primary focus or study, we do not discourage any of our acolytes from dabbling in whatever magics they seem to enjoy.
But of course. Coffee, you sounded like you wanted to say something.
No, I was basically going to be, in a more roundabout way, call out that this ain't normal silence, but it was going to be more in the sense of, like, you've certainly a quiet space or something along those lines, but no, you basically address that, so.
Not really, but she does nod to you, Azure. Yes, it allows for finer focus, especially if we are giving readings or meditations. The silence allows us to better, well, pay attention.
I should clarify, most of that was out of character.
Well, no, you did make, like, a little bit of Azure voice, so that's what I was responding to.
Right.
But without turning to you, she does lift her chin up a little bit. Now, are you just here for a tour, or is this a discussion that must be held within my office?
I'll look over at Azure.
Why are you looking at me?
What do you
I'm
want
just-
to do?
Yes! What do you want to do? How direct do you want to be?
Fair. Probably should take it to the office then. So he'll just subtle nod.
Let's take it to an office.
She doesn't nod, but you can see her chin lowers back down to where it was before, as she makes a comfortable turn and leads you into a separate room. Please, and she bows her head. After you, my guests.
I will thank her as I enter.
The floor falls out from underneath them, and they are now imprisoned by people who can see pretty much everything.
They are dead. Azure, are you entering as well?
Yeah, sorry. I sort of was assuming that was went without saying, but yes, to clarify, Azure will enter as well.
Right. The emissary follows, and an acolyte does step over, and you see them ask a question, and then the emissary holds up one of her feathered hands and sends them off, shutting the door behind her. The office is nothing like some of the other offices you've been in. It is very homey, actually. Very comfortably furnished with some very nice couches. And rather than a desk, she just has a small table with some chairs set around it as she takes a seat. The table, you can see, also has, in its center, is more of that glass crystal-like material. But this one, rather than just being flat and glass-like, it actually has some sparkles within. Very much mimicking the night sky.
Now the question is, how direct do I want to be? Do I want to just straight up asking if they've ever done spy work before, given the fact that they could possibly see across entire continents? I suppose the first most prudent question to ask would be, well, I know you practice telling the future, but where exactly do you draw your magic from? Is it, well, I learn most of my things by the books, but many divination, future tellers, fortune tellers, have you tend to try to commune with the gods, shall we say?
That question actually very much piques your interest. Unfortunately, that is not something I am at liberty to share. Just as neither of you are at liberty to share what you are or where you get your powers from.
What?
For a brief moment, as you stare into her starlight eyes, your god-chosen mark gets a flicker of recognition.
Alright. That definitely paints some things.
Yeah. Azure's response is, I mean, at the surface level, what you'd expect from some yes bard, to put it one way. But his response is, I would point out that Abad's secret is certainly no secret. But then there are such mysteries in the sound of music. Which would seem, again, this is all very surface level. There are, certainly very surface level things here. That just sounds like Bard being Bard, and where's the real mystery? But I hope, well, not I, Azure would hope that some meaning is taken, and essentially some meaning of that is understood beyond the surface level.
You can tell she's picking up what you're putting down. It's like, without making the action, you can feel it's kind of like this wink wink nudge nudge kind of sensation.
Mm-hmm.
Like a shared knowledge that no one really needs to say or is entirely at liberty to say.
Some things are better off unsaid, or at least unspoken.
It seems they're using the cleric stat block quite bluntly.
She will motion towards the seats. Well, if we are to continue this discussion, won't you have a seat?
I will take a sit down.
Yep, Azure will as well.
Well, I don't suppose you've had any disturbing readings of late, have you?
This one, you do see some hesitation. There are always the odd, troublesome reading we receive. Futures of fire and blood. And as said, it is our duty to steer the course away from those destinations.
Of course. You haven't perhaps seen the future of anybody you might know of recently?
Unfortunately, that is another one that I am not at liberty to share.
Your silence speaks volumes. Of course.
I could give specifics, but that would run the risk of steering the course in the wrong direction.
Of course. Of course. Fate is something to be respected, for lack of a better word.
To ensure the best outcome, sometimes sacrifices are required.
I'm inciting check that.
Alright? I will actually allow you to roll with advantage.
What was the phrase said? I zoned out slightly.
Sacrifice, sometimes in order, sometimes for the best future, sacrifices must be made.
Hmm.
Yeah, that sounds like I'm throwing this guy under the bus to make sure we get the best outcome. Possibly.
24.
It's said with the same vindication of someone going to meet their own end.
Oh, shit.
Interesting. Very interesting. You can understand that perspective. Do you have anything to ask, Coffee?
Not off the top of my head.
Fair enough. I kind of just feel this wrapping up after my next couple questions, so I just want to make sure if you have anything in mind, you get the chance to talk.
Yeah, I'll speak up if something comes up. I'm just not sure. I think you've got the guiding hand on this. Most of where I was expecting to pop up would have been like if you were just feeling the full like I'm just gonna cut to the chase in the most brutally blunt fashion possible. But that's
He was going to be the good cop to your bad cop.
Something like that.
Listen.
There's no need for two good cops, though.
Listen, this place is gaudy as fuck.
It is.
I couldn't help myself.
Like, just because you get a fuckload of money does not mean you need to spend it.
Exactly. I suppose with wartime at hand, you've been perhaps asked to perform more unusual duties? Have any of your acolytes ever been somewhere on the front?
Never.
Don't participate in war?
Of course.
I am going to insight check that.
Yeah, go for it.
Just to make sure, because sometimes I'm not the best judge of character. 16.
It feels just about as honest as everything else she's been saying to you this entire conversation. You haven't gotten any hint of deception. When she can't say something, she has been very upfront about not being able to say something. There's no outward reason to doubt her right now.
Hmm. You wouldn't happen to have seen anything in our futures, have you? Would you be at liberty to say anything of that sort?
No.
I thought not. We're probably too under the radar. That's not a thing that exists. I retract that statement.
What the fuck is radar?
We're probably not well known enough to grab such important eyes.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, shit, she knows.
like to remind you that one of our primary duties is discovering young God-chosen and ensuring they
Oh shit.
receive the right guidance.
And you
You don't
fuckers.
say.
You fuckers. Reason my best friend is gone. Ah! Sorry. I'm being upset in the background. My bad.
Good thing you're not here.
Yeah, good thing I'm not here. Valor would be grumbling.
But it's a good thing that there are only 2 God-chosen at Dawnbreak. No?
Oh,
Danny. Very, very good. That laugh is not a character. Or maybe it is. that that makes me feel things that I don't like. I do believe I don't have any more questions. I think I've gotten all the information I need or want.
I feel like that last one answered a lot.
Yeah.
How trustworthy is this person? Well, they're keeping a very big secret for us.
Mm-hmm. Coffee, you have anything to ask?
I got nothing. I think
tapped.
you think you hit the ball where it needed to go. So
Well, I do believe this concludes our meeting, discussion, whatever this really was.
Before you
Impromptu
go,
meeting.
would you like some tea?
I would love some tea.
And as she goes to make a couple cups before you guys head off, we will go straight south.
Is she going to read my leaves, though? I need to know this.
There
God
is
damn it.
a very nervous elf in your future.
Well, that much is off!
Yeah, that is indeed pretty fucking obvious.
Alright, question though. So, I'm assuming then we're all making the current assumption, and this is more a question towards the party. We're all making a current assumption that there's a possibility she knows that we exist as God.
Oh yeah.
No, I think that was so heavily implied that it's not a possibility. It's just a fact.
Not certain how much she knows, but she knows a lot. She's also definitely not involved with any sort of conspiracy on the Anakin side. She's... Well, firstly, I'm pretty sure she's a cleric, so very bad at spy stuff, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to divination.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even get mind reading. But yeah, she does not seem to be pro-war in any way. I don't think we have anything to worry about there. We do have to worry about her possibly dying, though.
Oh, she dead as fuck.
Yes, and now I'm attached to her, which sucks.
Alright, thank you. That was my only little tidbit. You may continue.
Alright. Entering into the Silver Dawn Guild. Probably about, right when Azure and Tsalia have entered the Weavers. Valor, you spot a familiar Ladrin, speaking with a couple of the other paladins.
Valor will see that he's in the middle of a conversation, and while he might not like the paladins he's speaking to, he would like to be polite for his friend, and so he will stand against a nearby wall in plain view and wait.
You watch as he smiles and laughs and, gives a couple, playful bats on some of the paladins' shoulders, and then sends him off. And he notices you, Valor, and the biggest smile comes up on his face as he spreads out his arms. Valor!
Can I?
Come on over here! Come on!
Valor walks over.
I had told your buddy Vint that I put up the offer for a tour was wondering when you guys were gonna come cash in on that.
Not cashing that on that just yet. I was wondering if you wanted to go to lunch instead.
Yeah, I got time.
Great. We'll catch up on that tour another time, and maybe there's a couple of us.
Of course. Come on. I know this wonderful bakery just down the road.
Oh. I'm always up for a good pastry.
Oh, I mean, a bakery, not a pastry shop. A bakery. You know, big bread. You know, got cheeses and all that stuff.
Hey,
Trust me.
sometime.
Great place.
Alright, let's go. And I mean, sometimes they can be similar. You know what that old town was like.
Oh,
They were kind of one and the same.
And he walks, right beside you as he, leads the way, chatting your ear off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you should have seen the look on Hildred's face when I just socked that wyvern in the jaw. Everyone was just baffled, and me, I was having the time of my life.
Oh, that sounds like it would have been a blast to watch.
Oh yeah. That's the good thing about a smite. If you know how to use it. But then he waves to the baker as he pops up a seat and motions you to sit down. Tell me about your exploits. It's been a while since we've had a chance to sit down and chat and just, enjoy each other's company.
Well, I should also mention, Valor did not come in his full armor.
Fucking hiccup. Again, my soul trying to escape my fucking body. Cry, because you caught him in the middle of work, but not exactly like, he's in very formal wear. Not what you would expect from his casual clothing, but not his full armor.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Valor is in casual clothing at the moment. For once.
Real quick.
Hmm?
What's up with all that? Any motions towards all your piercings? Look at you. Studded to the 7 hells. 9 hells.
Yep.
Well, I got one really, really early on after I started adventuring, and then just kind of didn't stop. Granted, I took them out after, 15 years ago? Yeah, I took them out for reasons, joining the adventuring group, the adventuring contract as one of those reasons, but I decided to recently I should probably get all of them put back in because I missed them. I wanted my piercings back.
Well, I mean, you look good. Suits
you.
ya.
Thank you.
I like what you're doing with the horn there.
Yeah, I thought that was actually kind of neat as well. I mean, it's already fractured and floating. Might as well not do something cool with it.
By the way, speaking of that, I've been talking to Uriah a little bit. If you want like a personal one-on-one with that guy.
Oh, I'd be delighted to fight the bastard.
I wouldn't call it a fight, but an ass kicking is always in order.
Look, if we want to be agreeable in public, it's a fight. But yes, I will kick his ass. I will absolutely kick his ass.
Oh, listen, he's... I don't exactly enjoy his company.
I wouldn't think so.
But-
after things that happened.
After things that happen, every time we sparred, I might have kicked him in the dick a few times. Maybe, whacked him with the mace. I don't think he can have kids anymore. I don't think restoration can fix that.
I don't think someone like him should have kids.
No. That's why I fixed it. But he'll clap his hands, snap his fingers, and wave towards the baker. Baker nods and brings over a, kind of like a tray of various just wonderful smelling fresh baked breads.
Ooh.
There's some that you can see have like cheese is baked into the crust. You can see, there's a couple with like some various nuts and seeds on its surface. One that, Cry picks it up and just rips off a piece, and all it is it's just like a cloud with such a buttery and rich smell.
Ooh.
And, he offers you a piece. And then there's a small moment where he pauses. And he sets down the piece of bread that he had ripped off, and he leans forward, and you can see he kind of sets his chin in his hand, and he looks at you. He squints. He tilts his head.
What?
And then he leans back, and then he looks at you from a different angle. And then he leans in and looks at you from another different angle.
The hell?
And then he looks you up, looks you down, leans over the table a little bit.
Are you okay?
Where are your tits?
Valor stares at him and blinks a couple of times. Excuse me? What?
Oh yeah, he was taken away when Valor was a child.
Yeah, Valor was still a girl back then.
You're like, I mean, when we were kids, you were like, and he kind of holds his hands out. You know the motion. You're like, and then now you're just like, and then he puts his hands to his chest, and
Could I?
Yeah.
Valor kind of looks dumbfounded as he says Karai's name and kind of whispers to himself, "Is it not deep enough? Did I do something wrong? I'm a dude."
Also, Sparky just confirmed Dragonborn have tits.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, freaking Nafia has bazongas, dude.
I didn't know that. I never saw a full body picture.
She's a big titty goth GF, dude. Fucking Buzz is suffering. Oh, well, I mean, congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the opposite end.
Thank you.
It's pretty fun having, that down there, right?
It can be. Sometimes I do prefer the other one. But
Chicken butt.
it has its appeal sometimes. Also, are you saying my voice isn't deep enough?
I mean, you've always been husky.
Okay, that's fair. I guess I'll blame my father.
You do kind of have his voice.
I do. Why do you do this
It's
to
not
me?
that you don't sound like a dude. It's more kind of like androgynous. It can fit either or, right?
I guess.
That's not insulting. Is that insulting?
It's not insulting, though. It makes me wish it was a little deeper.
I'm sure, you can always kind of work on that. I'm sure there's some spells kind of deep in the toe. Make you sound like a real manly man.
Don't ever do that voice again.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Understood.
That does not fit you.
No. Gods, imagine Uriah with that voice.
Oh, no, I'd never be able to take him seriously.
I don't think I would be able to stop laughing.
Neither would I.
Anyways, try the bread. Come on.
Alright. Valor takes a bite. And his eyes widens. Wow.
So good. Sometimes I'll bring back, I'll add some, I'll add some meats and, all that stuff. Oh. Heaven. Just heaven. That cheese bread, believe it or not, you pair it with some fruit. It's actually not that bad.
Really?
Surprisingly well.
Hmm.
The richness of the cheese kind of like cuts through the bite of the fruit a little bit. Kind of mellows it all out. And then obviously you got the fluffy texture of the bread. It's just give it a shot next time.
I
You know,
will.
if you ever come up here again,
I mean, definitely on my radar now. I can't say that word. I definitely know about that now.
2 for 2.
It's such an ingrained word in
Yeah,
the way
it's just,
we speak.
it's just a cultural tongue thing.
Yeah. I mean, I know about that now. I'm not gonna come up here. Plus, I have to visit you, and you're like always stuck up here, so you know.
Yeah, it's few and far between that I actually get to go out. Uriah, he's trying to set up some plans to go out somewhere, but he's kind of like, I don't know if I'm gonna be joining him, which kind of bites, but
And maybe
someone's
when
gotta
that.
watch after the idiots,
Fair, I guess. Although I feel like you should get your chance at some point. I'm gonna steal you at least once.
Oh. I mean, is it really stealing? We're friends. I kind of practically belong to you, don't I?
this is fair. And you, I.
Aww. I don't think I could pick you up.
I think you could.
Maybe.
You're only, what, a couple inches shorter than me? You're not that much smaller.
Yeah, but you're also built like a brick shithouse.
Aren't you as well?
I'm more balanced and refined, I'll have you know.
Says-
knows.
You say that with your biceps.
You can see, like, under the shirt, he kind of like, the little fucking bicep bob.
Mm-hmm.
So the left one, and then the right one, and the left one, and the right one. And then he just gives you a wink.
Valor laughs. Anyway, you wanted to hear about some of my adventures.
Of fucking course.
And so Valor will start to chat on about some of his adventures, some of the things he went on kind of beforehand and whatnot. And as he talks about the places he visited as, he first started and whatnot. And he gets to about what happened about 15 years ago, and he's like, yeah, and I mean, I kind of stopped adventuring, mostly. I stopped adventuring mostly about 15 years ago, with the contract I came under and the kids I was raising, so, I didn't exactly have a whole lot of time after that, but...
Oh yeah. I heard about those kids from Uriah.
Yeah.
He's been keeping an eye on them.
How's he?
Yeah. I think
Spying
ever
on my
since-
kids?
Like, ever since, you got back, and he heard about, you bringing all those little rascals, he's been looking out for them.
That's good to hear. I'm glad at least someone else is keeping an eye on them. I worry about them a lot.
Well, if they're anything like me, I can assure you, you probably don't have to worry about them. It's the same way with me and Uriah, right? Uriah, he's constantly, worried about me, trying to keep me out of trouble, but I mean, come on, I'm me in trouble? I'm more than likely to get people out of trouble, but you know what? That's neither here nor there, but still, right?
One of...
Gotta let them live their lives, yeah?
I guess so. I know one of my boys is in trouble. But that's kind of... He's been in that trouble for a while now. But I see what you mean. I guess it's hard. I can see how I can kind of relate, I guess, to my parents now.
You think?
And-
You haven't even had kids of your own,
I mean,
I know you. I know you're going to be having. I know you once you find that. Listen, when your siblings were born, the friggin' baby fever you went under, Anyways.
I mean, technically, Morgan is basically mine.
Well, I mean...
He was 5.
Well, I mean, if we're getting technical, technically they all are, but... You know what I mean by...
Fair point, fair point. Anyway, you want to hear about the blood zombies?
I'm sorry, what?
So we took, after the entire Vint fiasco, we took...
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing his face on some posters.
Yeah, he was getting framed, hardcore. Anyway, after that whole fiasco, we decided to take some bounties and go on and do a couple of things around to try and, help people out, get some money. And the first one we took was a supposed illness in Norden. You know that town that's like 30 miles south of where we grew up?
Oh yeah, I remember my dad taking me there a couple times.
Yeah, we got there, a complete ghost town. It was us and 3 acolytes. Complete ghost town. And as we're walking towards the center of the town, there's more and more and more and more and more blood. And one of the acolytes did not keep his chill and screamed out for the name of someone and ended up waking up the entire zombie horde.
Huh.
And so he unfortunately bit the dust. And the rest of us did regroup. We were able to get the zombies on the surface, and we journeyed into the church, which we kind of had to blow up. We ventured down into the lower sanctum and fight our way through, along with all of these incredibly dangerous spores. Not fun, by the way. Will make you puke up your insides. Not a fun experience. And in the very bottom of the lower sanctum, the entirety of the last 3-ish rooms, flesh all over the walls. Everywhere.
By the way, roll me an insight while you're telling the story.
Nah, it's a 9.
Well, you can't put your finger on it, and you're definitely more focused on the story. You can absolutely tell Karai is a lot more keenly interested in this story than you would expect. But, he listens to the rest.
And the last room had a giant flesh mound in it. That was disgusting. It ate Vint at one point.
Man, that guy can't catch a break.
No, he can't. Are you okay?
Yeah, I was just making mental notes. And you can see as soon as he says that, you can tell what the look is now. He's gone business mode.
Oh.
He has entered professional mode. Probably gonna have to send some paladins down to the church to interview some of the acolytes.
Okay.
They survived, yes?
2 of the acolytes did, yes. They are currently, to my knowledge, in the church in Dawnbreak.
Okay. All right.
Also, Arthur was there. I don't know if you know Arthur. Do you know Arthur?
Wait. Hold on a second. Kind of like a white cloak. Generally decently chiseled features.
Yeah.
No fucking clue what class he is.
Yeah.
So, hold on. You mean
Well,
Arthur the Bloody Axe?
What?
Arthur the Bloody Axe. Fucking most badass fucking paladin cleric motherfucker to ever walk the fucking physical plane?
Well, okay. We met him in Murstone after the whole priest incident there.
Oh,
And then
shit.
we found him again down in Hollock when we went to go find the sea serpent, and he said he would then go up to Northern after we had already killed everything, back with the acolytes to deal with the issue.
Alright, well, I mean, if he went to handle that, then I probably don't have to worry about anything. I still might as well check up. You know, have some paladins check up and just get an assessment on how things are going there. Damn. You really get all over the place, don't you?
Yeah, we're somewhat speedy. We went to Holic, fought a sea serpent, killed it.
God, yeah, tell me. Did you see him fight?
Arthur?
Yeah.
No, not yet. Look, the two times we met him, was after we had already killed the priest in Mastone. So after we had already killed the bugger, did he show up. Second time we saw him was down in Holic. He was talking with the church people there. I don't know about what, but I think it had something to do with the serpent problem that was happening in Holic, and he then went up to deal with the cleansing of the church in Norridin after we had dealt with it.
Man, I've never gotten to see him fight either. I've always been so curious. There's like rumors and legends about him, but like I said, it's like no one really knows anything. He's just got that mystique.
Odd.
But still, you got friends in high places, so it's honestly impressive.
He signed our identification books twice, also.
Wow. It's like getting an autograph from... That's like, you know, one of the normal citizens down in the second layer of Dawnbreak getting a autograph from Uriah.
Huh. I am not the greatest when it comes to gossip, so I'll take your word for it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure a lot of him is just kind of like kept super hush-hush.
That's fair, I guess. Let's see, what else have I been through in these past few months? Let's see, there was the breaking out of the prison in Amica. There were the pirates in Murstone. There was the corrupted priest in Murstone.
Oh yeah, Uriah filled me in on all that.
Yeah. There was the Vint fiasco. There was the blood zombie horde in Norridin. There was the serpent in Holic.
By the way, with Vint, if I were to bring him one of his wanted posters, do you think he would autograph it? Just for shits and giggles.
You want the Vint autograph?
Just for shits and giggles. Because it's like he's a little bit of a celebrity.
It probably struck his ego. I think he might do it.
Yeah, maybe funny. By the way,
Hmm?
you should have seen how shit pissed Commander Schultz was when he was marching that fucking guard egghead guy up
Goon?
here. Yeah, that guy.
How mad was he?
Dude, if there was fire walking behind him, it still wouldn't be hot enough. I swear, like, if he didn't have to, like, you know, be an upstanding, you know, moral, you know, example for the rest of the guard, he probably would have just executed him then and there.
Oh.
Like, Uriah and him had a meeting at one point, and I just remember hearing through the door just him ranting about how much much shame that dude brought upon the guards. Like, he was just ranting over it. But that's neither here nor there. So you got the zombies, you got the sea serpent fight, you got the...
There was a bunch of bandits in a mine up by... Oh, Merenziv, that was the town name.
He shakes his head for a moment. You know, we really are living the life that we always said that we were gonna live.
Yeah, I mean... I couldn't just let it die.
You could see the second you say that, there's kind of this, like, glisten in his eyes. You know, he not crying, not It's like almost on the brink of tears, right? And how misty-eyed.
Mm-hmm.
I know you weren't always as into that idea as I was, but I appreciate it.
It was the one thing of you I still had.
One of these days. One of these days.
One of these days, I'm stealing
gonna
you.
I'm gonna be in charge of the Silver Dawn, and I'm gonna just fuck it. I'm going with you whenever I damn near please. I mean, it's what Uriah does. That's what Uriah does. He just leaves me to run the place while he goes out and has fun. No, it's my turn. Yeah, when I'm in charge, my turn.
I have a feeling there's a slight bit more he does, but I see your point. You definitely would probably have a little bit more freedom.
Yeah.
Let's see. After Marin's Eve, there was... Oh. There was a sighting of a creature, quote-unquote, next to Carshire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a dragon.
I punched a wyvern and you fight a dragon.
I have its tooth! Valor pulls the tooth out.
Now you're just trying to show me up.
And it bit me! And Valor pulls his shirt down and shows the crit down bite.
Now you're just trying to show me up.
It nearly killed me!
Oh, that's part of the fun.
And then after that, we went and helped. What's his name? The skeleton.
Researcher Sandor.
Yeah. Sandor?
Yeah, Researcher Sandor.
We then went and helped Researcher Sandor with exploring a temple that they thought might have been from, you know,
the before times.
Valor kind of goes to say and then he kind of stutters. The pantheons were.
Yeah.
It's very clear, specifically to Karai. Probably he almost said a different name for it.
Try gives you a pass. You can see there's like a knowing look, but he does like he doesn't press.
Mm-hmm. And then Uriah asked us to go do something, and then we did that thing, and now we're back. And I
What
think
was the thing? Oh,
uh
you met with him already, right? If he sent you to do something, you know he's gonna want a debrief.
at this point, Valor kind of tries to make words and takes a piece of bread and puts it in his mouth to chew it like he's thinking. And telepathically to Karai, he says, "There is a lot more that has come up with that. We have not met with him yet. We just got back today. And there is so much more. Not just with what we went on, but also with the request that Leandros had of us that we sent some companions to help with. And there is a lot going on. And it's not."
You can see his expression doesn't change. It doesn't even bat an eye.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you know, it's been a while since we've chatted as kids. I mean, I remember, and he switches to Draconic. You know, we used to speak Draconic all the time, and you can see there's a small side eye towards the baker who is just doing his thing, and then a small side eye outside. You know, people are just passing by, nothing out of the ordinary, and then he switches. What about Celestial? Do you know Celestial?
That I do.
The telepathic shit is two-way, by the way.
He's keeping conversation.
Ah.
We're trying to make it look like we're just at lunch.
Well, I mean, no time like to set up things with Uriah than like the present, he says in Celestial.
Yeah,
And
this
then
is bad.
mentally is like bad, yeah.
Bad.
He doesn't nod. Again, nothing on his expression shows any shift. This man could beat This man could beat Azure at poker, and poker was one of the tournaments that Azure won during the festival.
Ayrshire one.
Yeah, the Ayrshire Festival. How dire? Like, we talking immediate importance? Need to go now?
There is possibly a clue.
You get a mental sensation,
Mm-hmm.
but again, nothing reaches his expression or his body language.
Mm-hmm. What's the mental sensation?
Frustration, definitely curiosity, concern.
It's dire.
Spilled my water. Sorry.
It is we need to talk about it now.
Give me a moment. I know sending.
Alright.
Then he, leans back, just smiles, laughs, munches on some bread.
Valor continues the conversation in Celestial that they were having, kind of talking about some of the smaller mishaps he got into over the years. He starts talking about a bunch of the stuff that ended up happening with the kids, specifically a couple of things that like Skunk or Amethyst would get into.
As you're saying that, you get the sensation back.
Mm-hmm.
On its way. We're gonna meet somewhere.
Okay.
Let's finish up our food, like nothing's wrong, and we'll go have a chat.
Alright.
I do just want to say something.
Yes?
You don't say so.
Sending is not actually telepathic.
Oh,
Well, it's telepathic to the receiver.
Yes. The components for sending is verbal, somatic, and material. Meaning you have to use your hands and speak it aloud. You actually have to say
So,
the message.
while he is... So it's a 5-letter... Oh, 25-letter words. Okay.
25
25 words or less. So, alright, rather than that, while they're speaking, he's like... Valor, you watch as he kind of just like, speaking with his hands casually in Celestial. Is like, yeah, I mean, we'll set up a meeting with Uriah. I know a place. He's words. It's a place that he showed me. Quiet, peaceful. No one will really interrupt. And then mental ping of sent.
Valor kind of, yeah, that sounds good. I mean, whenever he has the time, it's not super urgent,
And then there is a small tilt of his head.
Mm-hmm.
A nod. Yeah, let's finish up eating and we'll head out.
Of course. I mean, can't do it immediately. That'd be stealing all the time from lunch. And I haven't seen you in years.
He's giving some you can obviously tell he's giving some very big wink nudges right now.
Mm-hmm. Valor's, Valor is making casual conversation talk as if, nothing is happening, right?
Yep. Well, while you guys continue your casual conversation, finish up your food, we're going to dial back to when Vint arrives at the academy.
Can I say just one thing?
Yes.
So I was looking up message because I was looking at its wording because stuff like message and stuff will say the target and only the target hears the message. But then I looked at the School of Magic for message. It's fucking transmutation? I don't understand how it's transmutation.
Enchantment would probably fit better, right?
Yeah? It's just...
Your words turn into invisible little butterflies, and they flip their way towards the ear of the one whose message you speak.
Sure. I was just baffled when I saw that. I never knew that.
All right, Vin.
Me.
You can tell that classes are still going on, but it's like right near the tail end. It's like the final, the final period.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait patiently. But I am keeping an eye on the streets and just making sure I know. Because if I've been followed, I ain't meeting the kid. Like,
Give me a perception.
just hell no. The kid was not on the list of weaknesses for me. So I do not want to add the kid to the list of weaknesses.
List is short and limited. Seems your defensive things are important or working.
It's you know what it's like when you're being followed, and you don't see anyone following. You don't see any tail, no one who's kind of like standing casually and, very
Too
much
casually.
exactly. You don't see anything like that. And, as you are let into the kind of like garden courtyard area of the university, you see a few students studying their magical skills, honing their stuff, and a few of the teachers and professors walking past. You do recognize the one woman that you had brought, the kiddo back to. And she hesitates for a moment when she sees you, but with soft eyes, gives you a polite smile and nod. And she makes a approach for, you can tell, casual conversation.
Right.
Coming to check up on your ward?
Yeah. I'm hoping to also get some information while I'm here.
Oh.
Would I be correct to assume that the Archmage stops by any magical centers throughout the city regularly, or?
She taps on her chin for a moment. Not regularly, but there are some important events and festivities that he will arrive for. Sometimes give speeches to graduating classes.
So he doesn't, like, check up every month or so?
No, not every month.
Alright.
It's nothing routine. His duties are far more important, I suppose is one way to put it.
Yeah. Council of 7. A lot of stuff to do.
And she gives you a smile, and outwardly you see her continuing the conversation, but inwardly you get the same telepathic connection that you get with Valor. We've been keeping an eye on Daisy, keeping a close watch, making sure that she is safe and protected. Mr. Sandor, in fact, when he returned from his sortie, has taken special interest in looking after her. Apparently you made a good impression on him.
Yeah. I've made a lot of enemies. This is telepathic as well.
Yes. It's the same
Okay.
telepathy as Valor.
Made a lot of enemies. Honestly, I don't want to be seen near the kid. I don't. If I'm being watched, I don't want to get her wrapped up in more crap.
I understand. Well, if it does put some thoughts at ease, we We have been checking up on her, making sure she is emotionally dealing with things well. Kidnapped, of course, is not a pleasant experience. But she is still excelling at her studies. She is, at present, actually the top of the class. I thought you might like to know.
Good to hear.
If you would like, the headmaster, Sandor, is not currently busy. I could set up a meeting for you.
I'm trying to think if I even have fucking questions I can ask the man. Not right now. Thanks for the offer, though. And thanks for keeping an eye on the kid.
I can assure you, after the events that took place before, we have doubled down on a lot of our efforts to keep our university secure and our students safe. This location, should you want to visit her, this should be a sanctuary.
Yeah. It'll probably be the last conversation I get to have with her for a while.
As you say that, she once again gives you a gentle smile and takes your hand and gives it a small squeeze. You are an excellent caretaker. Fine older brother. That one she does say out loud.
I guess.
Well, this sounds like you are setting yourself up to leave. Before you do so, is there anything I can assist you with? Anything I can help with?
Just keep doing what you've been doing. Keep an eye on the kid.
If you require me, or think that you need a quick or direct route to your ward or Headmaster Sandor, please ask for Professor Maribel. Let me put that name in party notes for you. There you go. It is in party notes so you can keep track of it.
Okay.
I forgot
Thank you.
Ah, my pencil, no! Right. And I assume, if there's nothing else you need to do, you are heading out.
Yeah. I do not want to fucking put Daisy on the spot or enter towards danger or anything.
As you leave the campus, you actually watch as Uriah passes down the road. Doesn't notice you, but you can tell just at a glance that he is on a mission.
Well, I'll follow, but also, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to spot this man.
Fucking coincidences abound. Alright, Zeph is currently BRB, but that doesn't matter because I also wanted to bounce back to Myra and Azure. You all have had some lovely tea, and the emissary has even given you some crumpets to enjoy. But once all is said and done, she does finally lead you both to the front door and gently pulls it open and holds it open for both of you.
Much appreciated.
Solid.
Forever may you bloom.
You can see a very sweet smile form on her feathered face. For what it's worth, I am deeply happy to have finally gotten to meet you, one-on-one like this. You both and your companions, your futures are beautiful.
Let's see that it happens again one day.
And again, she nods, and then she does something strange. She holds up, her feathered hand, 2 digits, and there is a brief moment as you watch strands weave out of her palm and form into a symbol that you can readily assess as divine, but you do not recognize, and even your mind, your god-chosen mark, does not register it. But unlike the symbol of Malakoth, the symbol actually fills you with calm, hope, and
Mayhaps. Sorry, go ahead.
You two both get a point of big boy inspiration.
Yay! Oh, I have 2 now. I didn't use my last one, apparently.
Yeah, they don't stack, so, well...
Do they not?
No,
Nope.
They don't. You can
I
only
didn't
You
have
gain
no.
20 temporary hit points instead.
Rep.
They in Baldur's Gate 3 they stack, but no, they don't stack, unfortunately.
Rip.
We'll say this one replaces it. It's fancier.
Actually, technically in Baldur's Gate 3, they don't stack, actually. That's just per party member. So you can have 4, but that's because you have 4 in the party. If you get multiple inspiration after that, they don't count.
Weird.
Well,
No,
that
that's D&D rules. That's raw.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I have played at a table where, well, figuratively speaking, where the DM set it up as more of you can have multiple, but they're only good. Wasn't per session exactly. It was like per a long rest. I don't remember the exact rules, but it was something different.
I know Pathfinder replaced an inspiration with hero points, which was per session.
You can see as she lets that symbol dissipate, there's a moment where she turns and it looks like she's going to leave, and then something flickers across her vision, and first she goes to you, Azure.
Oh, apparently I have inspiration already too. I've got the check marks marked. Sorry, continue.
Y'all need to use your fucking inspiration.
I keep forgetting.
Well,
Actually, no, I think you did already use your inspiration, but
Oh, maybe I did.
it might not have updated because of what happened with your character sheet.
Oh, fair enough. Anyways.
And she holds out both her hands towards you.
I will take them.
And she bows her head and lifts them up and presses her forehead down to the back of your hands. Though I cannot say much to influence your fate, you are watched over by the love of those who you loved. Know that and carry strength. Dear Azure. And she cups your hands for a moment and then releases them and then turns towards you, Tsalia. Rather than reaching out towards her hands, she reaches out towards your face and then just, you can tell it's like a pause for consent. Just like with Azure, she's not going to touch you without you accepting the contact.
Tsalia hesitates for a moment before she gives a slight nod.
You can feel her soft feathers embrace, like right down the back of your chin as she, again, bows forward and presses her forehead against the top of your head. Pain is the first step. It's not easy. Won't be. But there will come a day. There will. When all of it will wash away. And you the smile. A true smile. That is my fortune for you. And she pulls back. Now, you both have important business to attend to.
Indeed, we do.
Don't let an old owl keep you. And she gives a polite bow and retreats back into the guild.
Well, that went well. Nice lady. Terrible decoration.
Three people are typing.
Interesting time all the same.
Do you think she knows what we know exactly, or do you think she saw something else?
Probably a vague mix of both.
Well, at least we don't have to worry. Well, we don't have to worry about her doing anything bad. Though, I get the feeling bad things might be coming her way. Let's head back to the hall. try and talk to the others once they get done.
So, things move as they normally would. Valor and Karai, you two will actually be down this alley right here. On my ping.
Right here?
Yep. So there we go. We'll put you down there. You're traveling. And this is right as Vince starts tailing Uriah.
I'm checking for a tail. Hit if he has a tail first before I become his tail.
Okay. Give me perception.
No. If he's got a tail, it's gonna be better than a 15.
This one, you're just gonna have to go with your gut. And, you know, you don't see anything. You don't think there's anything. Doesn't, you know, again, it's, you know what to look out for when it comes to a tail. So it's up to you whether you want to trust your gut, which says there isn't one, or if you want to be cautious. But regardless, as you're making that decision, we will say Azure and Tsalia are on this ping, right here. As Vint makes his decision and Karai and Valor are walking to a meeting spot. Tsalia, you take a step, and for a moment, it feels as if someone is behind you caressing your cheek.
Bad touch!
A cold hand as you feel... It's almost like an embrace that your mother would give you. But something about it is wrong. And then
I immediately whirl around.
you see nothing. And then all the sound fades as one thing rises. My daughter,
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
so beautiful and brave.
I just start looking around.
And then the sound returns.
I
And
am...
the sensation is gone.
I'm scouring the current field of view.
Alright, perception.
I wish I had better fucking perception.
I probably would allow investigation in this context.
I mean, I'm not investigating. I'm bewildered. I am freak the fuck out.
So yeah, I would.
Do I dare use my inspiration?
You
No.
could.
I'll tell
That's
you what.
the whole
I'll tell
point
you
of
what.
it.
I'll tell you what. If you use the inspiration, I will say you use the old one, and then we replace it with the new one you got from the emissary.
You know what? I will take that. I'll roll again.
Because, yeah, you did get 2 fucking things of inspiration back to back, effectively.
16, that's not terrible.
That's a bit better.
One session after the next.
Having experience with invisibility, you tend to know what to look for. So, obviously, with such a weird sensation, that would probably be one of the first things you look for. But there's nothing. There's no unusual person, there's no unusual presence. That presence that you felt... I want you to give me an insight. And I'm gonna ask you this. Tsalia, how well do you know yourself?
That is a good question.
How well does anyone know themselves?
I think Tsalia makes a lot of assumptions about herself. She knows she's intelligent and capable, but does not really understand herself on an emotional level very well, I would say. Does that make sense?
All right.
Imperfect.
Well, I was going to say something.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
As you start to seek deeper into yourself, the pendant that has been so quiet for so long resonates with you voicelessly, reacting to something. And it seems to almost be goading you to accept their insights.
Now, what do they say?
Do you let them in?
Oh, no.
I know what this feels like. Thank you, other
Cons-
campaign.
Considering the state Tsalia is in, yes.
There is a sensation of a wry smile from one of the spirits as the locket, which is normally sealed, clicks open just a touch. And I will let you re-roll that insight.
Well, okay then. The ghosts are also shit.
Alright. You take 8 psychic damage,
Yay!
which increases your roll to 17.
The DC.
As for a moment, your eyes flicker with spectral energy, and you don't feel yourself anymore. But in that moment, you see the world in a different hue. And you see traces of a magical, potentially psychic influence.
Psychic vampires.
It's fading, but I will let you roll me an Arcana with advantage.
Mm.
And once more, another spirit is pressing, asking to share their knowledge.
Tsalia trusts herself on this aspect.
And it's a good thing you did. You know there are certain spells that allow a person to project their will across long distances. This seems to be the byproduct of that spell. But through the aided vision of this hateful spirit, there is a vile recognition in that magic. You are not yourself And as you feel the sickly magic hanging in the air, slowly dissipating, you feel the magic of your killer. And then the locket shuts. And you gain a point of exhaustion.
Oh boy.
F.
Your body returns to you.
There's no place to mark down exhaustion, is there?
Maybe in your sheet.
Rawr.
I have a nice convenient conditions tab.
Samesies.
Wow, that's cool.
You're exhausted, your eyes are red, and there's even a small hint of blood from your nose. I'm also a benevolent fucking god, so I'm not gonna have it where your own blood triggers your fucking blood frenzy.
I mean, that'd be a little strange.
That would be a little...
What would I do? Bite myself?
I mean, Azure's standing right there.
Yes,
Kidding,
but I was
kidding.
triggered.
I said psych.
But if I'm triggered on my own blood, that means I want to eat myself.
But anyways.
I gotta stop playing with my phone. I keep dropping it.
Good job.
That is... that. And for a moment, you feel the presence of those spirits. As though one might feel a little bit disappointed. They all feel quite sated.
I think Tsalia is going to retch after this.
Alright. Azure, you watch as a now exhausted looking Tsalia doubles over and vomits. And we will deal with the repercussions of that in a second, as
In the next episode.
in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, did we move?
You move over there, and Vince,
Mhm.
have you decided to tail Uriah?
Oh yeah.
Right.
I'm tailing him. Stealth 29.
Fucking rogue, man.
Fucking rogues, man. You watch as he takes back streets that you could have sworn that only you knew.
Damn.
And despite wearing heavy armor, he's quite fucking mobile.
Is it loud heavy armor or is it
I
quiet?
was about to say, but is it mithril?
Yeah.
It's definitely quieter than the Valor's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm wearing armor that I haven't gotten rid of in 15 years.
Mithril.
As you watch as Uriah enters a clearing with no one around. And from your hiding spot, you see Valor and what the fuck? Okay, the fucking audio just went weird. You see Valor and Karai waiting for him.
Mm.
Karai gives a small smile and nods to you, Valor. Hey, Uriah. You know, I know you're busy right now, but I mean, hey, it's always nice to have a chance to hang out, have a chat, and you know, I remember this spot you picked out, and it's always been good for tea. And Vint, you watch as you know there's a small nudge from Karai to Valor, and Valor, in your mind, you say, "You wanna also connect him in, or do you want to wait until we get inside?"
Inside.
And Uriah doesn't say anything and gives a look around. Yeah, you know, it's always nice to have a chance to just relax. Come, Valor. I've been meaning to have a sit down with you anyways. Glad you're back.
Thank you. Glad to be back. It was enjoyable being out, but it's always nice to be back in the city.
And Uriah walks over, presses a hand to the tower in front of you, and the wall shifts, and a hidden door opens up.
I'm fucking watching that.
And Uriah will... You notice, Valor, as Uriah kind of places a hand to his chest, and I want you to give me a perception right now.
He can't beat a 29. It's not possible for Valor.
16.
You hear as Uriah casts something, but the words that come out of his mouth are traced with divine energy. So you can tell this is something that he is connecting with Mother Thalia to do.
Hmm.
And Vint, I'm going to need an investigation.
Investigation? What the hell am I investigating? $22.
You watch as Karai, Uriah, and Valor enter the tower, but just before your mind is ready to accept it, you realize, wait, something... It's not quite right. While there wasn't anything outwardly incorrect, there's just something about the way they moved that just wasn't how Valor naturally moved. If anything, it seemed way too in sync with how Uriah would move. And rather than into the tower, you actually see a faint shimmer of something in the wall over here. As Valor, you watch as Uriah casts what can only really be described as a very powerful illusion.
Ooh.
And Karai presses his hand, and you both, including Uriah, take on a very different appearance.
Huh.
As the facsimiles of yourself enter the tower, Uriah instead leads you down into a different entrance. One that doesn't open as obviously. In fact, he just walks right through.
Wacky.
And Karai follows. And Vint, the door to the tower is still open.
No. That's a fucking fake bullshit. Because you said something happened over here. I noticed, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm going that way.
All right. It's not something that you have encountered often. But there have been a few homes that you've broken and entered into that have used illusory walls to hide some of their goodies. And you know, this is something that only someone with your eye could catch. And only because you recognized that the other entrance was fake. What do you do?
I will follow after them.
I have a very important question.
Okay.
You have a
go ahead.
question.
Player-wise, what did we do with the papers?
Which ones?
The ones that the group, the NPCs had brought back with all of the information. Are they still sitting at the guild, or does one of us have them?
I probably would have taken all the ones with signatures and such,
Mm-hmm.
just to keep them on hand and so that I can familiarize myself with the handwriting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you and Vint are the ones with the papers at the present.
I just realized I was muted. I was going to say, if nobody took them, I personally would have taken them and put them in a lockbox. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
got-
I think
I've got
since
them back.
I think since Vint wanted to familiarize
Himself with them to recognize handwriting and whatnot. I think Vint probably has them.
Wait, did Buzz say he would be right back?
No!
Okay, I was worried for a moment. Alright, you pass through the wall.
Fucking dropping my cube now. Gotta stop pitching. Keep dropping everything. What do I see?
What do I see? What do I see?
I was here first, bitch.
You enter through the illusory wall into, well, the interior of the wall.
Ooh, fancy.
And I'm trying to find some good. Here we go. This should be good.
Oh boy.
A little quiet, but should function. But it is illuminated by magical torches. You can tell they're basically perpetually burning, as whatever illusion Kurai had placed upon your trio dispels. And you all find yourself in a relatively secure chamber. There are a couple steps leading down into the room proper with a very heavy set table. It looks very professional. What you could probably deem as very military, very tactical, a lot of maps, a lot of files, some shelves with very heavy books. And you can tell from the maps they are very clearly battle maps.
Mm-hmm.
And Uriah, for a moment, stops and this chamber is normally only used for very important, very... I don't want to say dire, but circumstances where utmost discretion is required. Only a few know of this place's existence. Very few in the Silver Dawn even know this is here.
Well, discretion is required for this. A lot of it.
And almost as you say that, Vint steps through.
Ah!
And unfortunately, Vint, this isn't a situation where you can hide anymore.
Did I hear any of that?
You probably would have heard it as you entered.
Yeah.
And
Both Karai and Uriah turn and stare at you, Vint.
Been meaning to talk to you about the Silver Dawn anyways.
don't do that.
Well, I suppose.
If it helps, he already knows the subject at hand, although I have a feeling that's not what you're concerned about.
Pretty much. I'm impressed by you, Vince. And that emotion is probably the only reason I am not currently kicking your ass.
Yay me.
Regardless, well, I guess let's have our little chat. Come, sit at the table.
Oh, it's impressed by Vint knows this city, and yet they got tailed so easy.
Move Karai one up, complete the square.
Say that again?
Move Karai one up, complete the square.
Alright.
Yay!
I was just putting you guys on the wall. Uriah
I'll put him in the river.
Uriah will take a seat, followed by Karai.
Valor will take a seat.
Sit though.
But well...
Wait, Valor, before you start. Hey,
What?
Vince.
Yeah.
I was talking to Valor about this. You think if I brought you one of those wanted posters from the event, a while back, you could sign it? Like an autograph?
Why do you have one of his wanted posters? I want to ask.
It was funny. It was interesting. It's a memorial from one of your adventures.
Fucking Lamau.
Plus,
As long as you have it laminated in your office, sure.
deal. Listen, I want a memorial for the day I saw Commander Schultz nearly fucking execute a dumbass guard in public.
I still can't...
Anyways, go ahead.
Right, okay. So, back on track. Because this is the quicker topic, I'm gonna get this out of the way first. We went to the communion site. As you said, it does only open every 3 months. It's a bitch to get to because you have to scale a sheer ice cliff. And it's a communion site to talk with Ixoba. And only the God Chosen can enter it.
Once more, Karai and Uriah have brilliant poker faces. Well, that is not what I was expecting at all.
Wasn't what we were expecting either. She apparently it was created, in her words, so that she would be able to talk to the children of her children.
I'm just gonna put two together and just say that means us.
Yes.
Alright.
No, it means ducks.
Karai, You're adopted.
No! Uriah, how could you betray me? Shut the fuck up, Uriah. Listen, I'm trying to keep it light because what's about to be said is not light at all.
No, it's not. Last point I would like to make about the communion site. When we visited, she asked if we would like to know knowledge or gifts. To know knowledge, one question, or each of us will receive a couple of gifts. So, generally, it is. I would make the assumption it happens sometimes that she asks that.
Well, hopefully you got something useful out of it.
I'd say it was pretty useful. Valor kind of pulls the sword, not completely out of the sheath, but out enough that it is visible to see.
Impressive.
He clicks it back in place. The other piece of information. He stops for a second. Vint, do you still have those papers?
Yeah, I'll pull the general one out.
Valor will reach a hand out, asking for it.
Yeah, hand it over.
And Valor proceeds to read the first one. And after he finishes reading it, he says, "This was one of the papers picked up by our companions as they went with Leandros to deal with Anakin spies. We do not know if it is forged by someone else or if this is the general's actual signature, but apparently, if it is signed by him at the bottom."
If Uriah has any sort of strong reaction, he doesn't show it.
Mm-hmm.
And he will hold out a hand.
Valor will hand it over.
He looks it over. And he kind of like taps the bottom of his mask, where his chin normally is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Normally. Does that mean it's not there?
Sometimes he just clicks it out of place, you know? Moves it like an action figure. This is the general's signature.
Oh, that's concerning.
If need be, I can acquire some old documents for comparison.
I'd like to make sure, yeah.
But I've worked with the man for, well, as long as I've been part of the Council of the Seven. So a damn long time. I know his signature.
Did Vint put the other papers on the table?
Hold up. I was looking at another thing. Yeah, I'll pull out the one marked with the insignia of the Grim Eye next.
Mm-hmm. And then so Valor will take it and spread it out. This was also apparently found on them. It has the Grim Eye insignia on it, and it speaks about our guild, or at least individuals in our guild.
Closely associated.
Closely associated, yes. Origers noting the escaped Yarian troops and their movements back to the city. While not a dire threat, they may need be weakened substantially in case they become a problem. Guild registration has been completed and their numbers have already begun to grow. Potential targets: Bane Hollow, Vint, no last name, Tsalia, Azure, Ren, Chief, and Leandros are on this list.
The fact that Leandros and Chief are on there is troublesome. Both of those, even if I might not like Leandros,
Curious.
are incredible assets to Naru.
Mm-hmm. Bane, Vint, Tsalia, Azure, and Ren as very obvious are in our guilds, and those of our guild that are not on this list are Winston, Nafia, Squee, Vyatra, and me.
Well, hopefully they've underestimated you. But that's not my primary concern now.
I know. I'm just putting everything on the table.
I want you, if possible, keep the number of people in the know low. Don't inform the Council of Seven. None of those fuckers could keep a poker face if their life depended on it.
Says one of the Council of the Seven.
That's why he's saying he knows them. He's talking from personal experience.
The only other person that I am aware of that we were going to tell but have not told yet was Leandros. Other than that, we didn't exactly know who else to tell besides you and Leandros.
Rai will tap his finger on the table for a moment and then nod. I think that would be wise.
Also, dude's dead wrong. The owl lady has the best poker face of everyone.
But investigate the general. If there's any signs pointing towards this taps of paper being true, want him captured alive. Commander Schultz and I will investigate him once he is captured.
Do you have any suggestions on how we might go about that?
He is a fairly public individual. Though he doesn't go to the lower levels often. He isn't too shy about enjoying his free time. I would say when he's not on the job, as he is, you would probably find him, and he will kind of like motion for a map.
Valor will pull a map out.
Probably find him somewhere around his home, if I could get up in Northern Residential District.
Ooh, sounds like some B&E.
He looks at the black eye sheet. While I am sure this is real, I am still dubious of the claim that the general would be a traitor.
We were wondering that too, trying to see if there was any possibility it might not be the case, but...
That's why I want him captured alive. If you were to go to any of the other council members... Hell, if you were to go to the Archmage, if you were to go to Tula, shit, even the Admiral, they probably would be gunning for his throat for his death. But I want verification. I want evidence. I want intentions. Don't be direct about this. Because if he is an Anakin traitor, and spy, Then he once again taps the paper with the black eye insignia. Grim Eye. Fucking Grim Eye. Then this would just send the rat scurrying deeper into his hole.
Right.
As much as I am loath to admit it, Vint's mention of BD is likely necessary. Tail him, if possible. Try to study his routes, his habits, see if you can pick up on anything suspicious. If you want to inform the Andros, you're full well within your right to do so. Otherwise, I would also give Chief a heads up. Obviously, you know that sometimes adventurers can take a greater hand in investigations. For special and very important circumstances, there are identifications that allow you to effectively supersede most of the guard. In this situation where you may caught breaking into the home of one of the council members, that medallion he points at Vint, his head out of the noose, and he points at you, Leandros. Not
I'm Leandros now? Ah, shit.
Ah, shit! You, Lore. You out of prison.
Right.
It won't be a perfect defense, but it will, for the most part, protect you from most things. Just, obviously, do everything in your power to not get caught.
Well,
Because, once again, even if you have the medallions, that's going to blow your cover.
hmm.
There is a secret exit. That way, keeps this place moderately hidden. Safe from discovery. We'll lead the way.
Hold up.
All right.
Yes?
There's more than one rat. You have your own rat. A changeling
Uriah.
woman. Go on.
No, yeah, Uriah pauses.
Okay. Changeling woman by the name of Naramel. She's under the pay of Yara, who's the kingpin of the northeast side. Working out of the prawn stop. Yara has been my contact in the underbelly for a good decade now. And she wants me to steal Sunbreaker from your vaults. Given what she had me try to steal the last time I worked for her, and it got me here. And I saw something very similar in the communion chamber. I don't think she's just doing things for the pay anymore. If she is, I think she's being paid by Amica.
You see, this whole entire conversation discussing general, the potential risk of a traitor. Myra has been very calm, very placid, very difficult to read. The second you mentioned that there was a rat, and that there was a plot to steal arguably the most important relic in the Silver Dawn's history, you can actually feel the hatred from him. Anger. You can't see it on his expression, but you can feel it in the air. It's thick and heavy.
I side-eye glance Karai.
You look at Karai, and even Karai, his poker face is also broken.
Oh no.
Vint, breaking poker faces.
Uriah closes his eyes. Thank you. Can't be easy to betray someone you've known and worked with for so long.
No, but learned a bit over the last month, and given the special attention she's given me, I think she's known all that shit all along and just hasn't fucking told me.
If you're able to. Give me the identity of this changeling. We'll keep an eye on her. We'll make sure that no one tips her off. Same deal with the general right now. Keep it complacent. We'll wait for an opportune moment to take care of that problem.
I did already provide the name.
Oh, okay.
Never.
I didn't know if like they
Yeah.
were going under a different pseudonym.
If they are going under a pseudonym, Vint doesn't know it. He's only met her the once.
Right, I just will point out, they're asking for the identity of a thing whose entire existence is changing identity.
Yeah.
Well, they've clearly been, under a specific identity to be working with the Silver Dawn. But Karai will raise 2 fingers. Name sounds familiar. I think I know her.
Wonderful. That makes things easier.
Yep. Keep an eye on her. You're a good guy, Vin. Well, is that everything we need to discuss then?
To my knowledge, it should be.
Alright.
I cannot think of anything else. The only other thing that has come up that I don't think is super important is the temple that was discovered. That we walked through. But other than that...
We can discuss
We did
that.
discuss that, yeah. No, excuse me. My brain is dumb. I didn't say that. My bad. That didn't happen. Valor would have just said, no, I think that's it.
Alright. Don't draw attention to yourselves. Just go about your day like nothing. You all, whether you like it or not, you have some eyes on you. Both publicly and privately. So, just be yourselves. It's the only thing I can say. No one's gonna really bat an eye at your movements. You're all very erratic, as it is.
Comes with being an adventurer, I guess.
Perks of it. keep me in the loop. I'll do my own investigations at the same time. And Karai and Uriah will lead you guys to the secret entrance. And
The secret exit. We came
secret
through
exit,
the secret exit.
Yeah, secret exit. Yeah, the secret exit. And sneak you guys out.
Before we fully sneak out, Valor will look at Uriah and say, when we get through all of this, are we ever going to end up having that conversation you said you wanted to have?
I would really like to, but it's been busy, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Hopefully you get a break.
Hopefully.
Ba-da-ba-bum. And then out everyone goes. And unless Azure and Tsalia have anything more to do,
Well, the scene did cut from Tsalia retching.
we pick back up with basically Tsalia.
Vint will have cast Disguise Self on the way out to make sure he doesn't look like the same person.
Wonderful.
Valor can't do that, so Valor's just gonna be Valor.
Oh no.
I just want any potential eyes on us to think that, oh, so one of these two people went in. I am disguised as Larry from the prawn stop.
Azure, you were about to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, sorry, you don't look so good over there.
No fucking shit. Let's just get back to the damn guild hall.
Okay.
Tsalia speed walks now. Probably even overtaking Azure. And consistently glancing over her shoulder. Even though there's probably nothing there.
I will ask this. Is there anything else you guys want to do? Or anything you wish to do before the end of the day? You know, even when you get back to the guild hall.
Not off the top of my head for Azure, sorry.
The only thing I could think of would be visiting Chief, but I think visiting Chief should happen after we talk to Leandro, so no.
Alright.
Nothing off the top of my head that can't be saved for next session.
So, we are going to... I can fucking get shit to not funky flesh. We are going to cut to early in the next day. Morning has been had, breakfast has been eaten.
Map hasn't been changed.
That's because I'm switching it over now.
Oh.
And I will let you all place yourselves where you think you would be around like 10, 11.
The map is strangely dark.
The map is strangely dark.
He was fucking with it, so it's technically a new version of the map.
Yeah.
Right, hold up.
Dimensions were really fucking weird.
Hold up.
I tried to move you all around to get like shit fucking lit and working, but it seems to have not worked the way I wanted it to.
Can you, like, turn on the grid real quick? Because it'll be way quicker to, like, just arrow key around everywhere.
Yeah. Let me, oh god. This is fuck shit.
It will not. At least not in a permanent manner.
No, everything stays dark.
Dynamic lighting, explore mode is on. Let me toggle it.
It's being a bit glitchy. I don't think it's on you because of you.
Yeah, like, for me, it's lighting up everything, up until the patio space, and then, or whatever, or not patio, the steps back here. And then the second I go to the rooms, even if I light them up, they're all like flashing like black and shaded gray.
You know
yeah,
what?
weird.
Let me toggle dynamic lighting and turn it on and off.
Hmm.
Oh, that seems to... Well, actually, that's not really helping.
Okay, maybe resetting.
Combat.
Yeah. Maybe resetting the explorable darkness.
We can deal with this later.
Yeah, we'll deal with it at like the fucking end of the session. I don't know what the fuck is going on. That's a little upsetting, but whatever.
I tried reloading. It did not help.
Oh yeah.
Can you turn
we
the grid
also
off?
have the we also have the library now, so it really is a new version of the map.
Turned off the grid.
Though now it seems to be actually, exploring properly.
Okay, good. So just resetting shit as alright. Good.
For whatever reason, it wasn't working with the grid.
Everything's flickering for me every now and then, but
I
okay.
think it's because we're exploring a shit ton so fast.
It seems like it's specifically the bedrooms, but... Because everything else seems to be fine for me at this point and after exploring.
Could also be because maybe I gotta place a lot of the NPCs in there to have them get like their full vision and shit.
Anyways.
I will be in the library in the morning because we have a fucking library now.
Vint is also in the library.
We're also in the library.
I'm not in the library.
How dare you not be in the library?
Here, let me place myself.
Yeah, it fucking. What the hell?
He's glitchy. Whatever.
I think it has to do with how fast we were exploring.
Yeah, it seems like it's not like keeping it the way it.
It'll sort itself out eventually.
Yeah, it's probably just like it's like a lot it has to think about. Anyways, I said, go ahead and, give your shit a look. Just place yourselves where you think you're gonna be.
Coffee, where is Azure going to be?
Where is he going to be in the morning?
Yeah.
Good question.
He'll be dead.
And then probably wander... Well, he'd probably start in his room and then wander off to the kitchen for breakfast.
This is after breakfast has been eaten.
Okay. In that case... Guess in the lounge? Just kind of puttering about? I think now that he's actually gotten a day where they're not, not wandering. What's the word I'm looking for? Traveling. He's taking the time he can to enjoy not having to travel.
So, you all have obviously investigated some sources. You have learned some things, and you have set out some plans with Uriah. The rest of how you all want to handle this is up to you. But
Can we fail and get the queen killed?
Yes.
Please don't.
But for the time being, I'm just going to ask this. Vint, what are you doing?
I am trying to look up various noble houses from Amica, if I can. That might be the other room. I have to do that there. I don't know. One of these two rooms. I'm looking between them both.
Let me see here. Let me just check the study real quick. I think. Alright, so with the library, I can allow you to do a history check with... I'll give you a... I don't want to give... I'll give you a... No, because you haven't upgraded to that. So, yeah, no, it's going to be just a history check.
Okay.
Does he get a small item bonus?
No, I rip a book in half.
He sets the library on fire. We have to buy it again.
Unfortunately, this isn't a complete library. You have gotten some generous donations from many different sites and sources, but it's not there yet. There's nothing from Amica or about Amica aside from general obvious knowledge.
Vint, please be careful with the tomes. They are important.
You! Fucking... I'll just toss the book onto the table and leave the fucking library.
Don't get between a lizard. Don't get between a lizard. Don't
What?
get between a wizard and their library.
Alright. Tsalia, what are you doing?
I am browsing the books. I want to know what we got now.
Like I said with it, it's a lot of very general knowledge. It's not anything super comprehensive. That's something that you would have to find a source to,
But of course.
buy and get a donation from. Or, otherwise it's stories, fictions, some more general world compendiums,
Is anybody hiding smut in here?
probably.
Going to track down all of it and burn it.